the only thing that's pinky.
All right, I'm recording.
That's correct. Right. So let me just move all this out there. We are in. Not bad. I'm just putting the music on. Custom Icy Wasteland. That's the name of the sound.
Pretty. Is that a sunflower?
I think a daisy.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's these birthday dice.
Yeah.
it's so pretty.
I like this melody for.
I love that D4 design. It's really cool.
Yeah, I thought so too.
There's also a D2.
Huh.
Cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
That's kind of why I was drawn to that set. There were other nice sets. But this one was similar to the Alan Yan dice. And then they had that extra dice, and I was like, well, if we get 8 dice for the amount, then might as well.
Wee.
Pretty.
Pretty.
Forgot to get a picture of the D2 that came with the one that y'all got me.
You got a D2 as well?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so fun. So, who is on recap this week? Can you please remind me?
It was Aylin
Anna,
last
I
time, so
believe.
it's Anna this time.
Anna.
A blue cap.
It's a blue cap. Wow!
Ooh.
Blue cap.
I'm glad
I think
you're
it's
back.
a phoenix, maybe?
Yeah.
And it's
We
painted
cannot
with
use
like trans colors.
And that.
Anna, you're muted.
It's all right. I was not talking to. I was checking that I could speak freely. Yes. Dinner aside, for one moment, recap of last week's crazy session. Okay. So was that the pre? Yes, it was. Okay. So after coming out of the wisdom-based trial with Rusalka, Rusalka? Yes. Okay. Session 147. Brian on our little boat path keeps seeing, sort of those figures suggesting previous life. But one seems to be moving about. Oh God, I forgot about all of that. Oh my God, sorry. So much happened. Okay. We all take a rest. Brian has a concerning interaction with a hallucination. And actually gets damaged from it. Believe in the shape of cruel. Yes. God, these notes are very sorry. That was the rest.
That's okay. So Ulster went off and had a hallucination, which
Classic Ulster.
classic Ulster.
I love when
He was actually able to give him psychic damage, and it was in the shape of cruel. And then Loran pulled him out.
Yes. And Brian's worried that if this can hurt Brian, then it can affect the others. And it's not something to be ignored. Loran throughout is still uneasy about Cass. We're all like, yeah, sure, Loran. Go. I'm glad he did.
I'm glad he did.
It was going to be.
I think there was never a doubt. Just maybe disbelief.
Oh yeah. There it is.
Saraza, in fact, apologizes on Loran's behalf while he's out with Brian. And Cass links this paranoia to the events around his death, which, seemed very reasonable at the time. for me at least. I think Sleer picks up on some concern to do with Brian, but we all. Cass pulls Bluey aside. All about what would help change Loran's mind or whatever, or quell fears. Anyway, we noticed that Nasha's team sort of on this little river that we're on the bank of. They're bloodied, especially Nasha, I think. They got a big sword. Bluey thinks she needs a massage, but in massage is something about frost or stone or crystal carver on that sword.
I think for the sake of brevity, we can say either stone carver or crystal.
Okay. There's sort of mind discussion about that, so it's quiet. We get back onto the boat, and there's talk of if it's like a dexterous thing, then perhaps Neff and Loran. Neff does a somersault, very impressive. Brian does a potion. We discover later what it is. The boat suddenly stops. We lurch forward, and then all of us are flung away far from each other, and we are all doing our own little charisma trial, locked in a room with someone else. Are they really there? Anyway, so a lot of interesting things. Yeah, wow. Not that any of us are witness to it, but Cass's conversation with herself was certainly quite interesting, and it was very confusing for me. Yes, there are things to think of, but we all get through it. We all get the keys. We all get out of there. Where does that... Oh, who gets 30 psychic damage? I think Brian... Did Brian get 30 psychic damage? Yes, he did. Okay. Yes. My notes are very sparse there.
And getting 40 necrotic.
Yeah, but Ulster did 40 bludgeoning right back at her.
Hell fucking yeah.
Like, don't touch my husband.
I do want to rewatch all of those because they're all amazing. But anyway... some of us look visibly disturbed, particularly Brian and Loran. We sort of encounter this thick wall of cloud, and these sort of 3 platforms. It seems to be a platform each for the people going into this next area. And it does seem to be about dexterity. But Brian, hang on. Oh yeah, the next trial is not time sensitive, and he also helps cast Cat's Grace and on Loran, and I think either him or someone else cast Long Strider on Neff or something like that. Yeah, Brian. Okay. Don't know who prompted it, but Bluey does detect good and evil on Cass.
Loran
but something's different. Something's different. Oh, and I've got here. Oh no!
Yeah.
She didn't drink the potion, and as she's kind of found out, she kind of flips. Well, not flips. She's been, the other Cass has been fronting for a while, it seems, but doing quite a good job at it. We subdue her, which involves the feeble mind spell, force her to drink the potion that Brian made before. By the way, Brian turned into a big white dragon. That was cool. Yes.
He was a bit angry, just a little bit.
Yes, it seems to work according to Bluey's kind of magic. And Cass is brought back, but she seems the same. She seems to be unable to kind of speak and is crying and curled up in a ball on the ground. Yes. I think that's it.
I just had an
How's that?
idea of game stuff, and that's why I made the lid. So you guys will never know. But
You'll never know.
perhaps.
Never
Thank you,
know.
Cap. That was very thorough, very good. Very good. I am going to make an executive decision.
No, it's a bad decision.
It is. Boy!
It's a bad decision.
Sit down, boy.
Boy. Cat!
Leave him. Don't summon him. Oh no, he's coming. I hear a little bell.
Wait. Wait.
Yes.
Basilton.
You have to put him away if he starts eating things.
I will.
Oh god, he's already eating things. Basil, come
He's
here.
on the table.
He's eating my plate. This is not okay. It's not okay, Basil. She's like, hello, the star of the show has arrived.
Have you guys seen our TikTok? I'm going to send it to you.
Thank you.
Missed you.
I will mute myself now. I'll type stuff. No.
Okay.
Enthusiastically unmute when I can.
Let me just do this. Also, I recommend you guys all check out the meme that was posted in the chat by Lily. So,
Quinny loved it.
hell yeah.
She said, oi, I'll divine smite you.
So let me just reset the scene for all of you. In the aftermath of this reveal, of discovering that Cass was in fact under the control of her former possessed sort of like contract self, evil, for lack of a better word, you all sit on this icy precipice with strong winds buffeting you from the side. There is the sort of pathway that you came from, where you can take shelter, and Saraza encourages you guys to move just out of the wind while you hesitate before the next trial to sort out everything that's happened and wind down from this as much as you can.
He's gone.
So, you all are sheltered away from the wind. In the corner, Cass sits with her knees drawn up to her face. Her eyes are wet, and she doesn't look any of you directly. She's just got her gaze fixed on the ground. All stare. You notice that Shu is kind of prowling the edges of this makeshift camp that you've made. And occasionally she turns to growl at something or sniff at something just behind you over your shoulder.
Hey. Doing his best to ignore... Oh, you can put him away if he's doing...
He just jumped.
Doing his best to ignore how he feels about Cass right now. Also is going to go over to Shu and say, what is it?
When you kind of look over at her and you put a hand on her foot, you kind of can see slightly past her, and you notice that in the ice, similar to Coral, you see that hallucination of yourself this time, not anyone else. Just kind of like prowling the edges. And they still wear their kind of transformed polar bear form, but you know it's you. You can see it in the eyes.
Austin never told them about the psychic damage. He's going to turn around real quickly. I know what happened was just extremely dramatic. I'm about to make it slightly worse before we go into the trial. Apologies in advance. The hallucinations that I've been having can physically hurt me now. I need to tell you that in case something happens. It's not something I think that could hurt any of you. So don't panic if you think that there's an unseen force or attacker. It's probably just coming for me.
You told Loran this after your first encounter, didn't you?
He alluded to it, yeah.
Loran looks distressed but understanding. And he just says, makes sense. All things considered.
He's going for my flank again.
It's fine, there's no food.
There's jam on it. You can't have the jam. I need to take the jam away. Sorry, guys. You cannot have jam. You won't like it.
Shu starts licking the blood off the floor, and Allstar's like, we have to have some sense of civility, Shu, right now. It starts shoveling bloody snow off the edge of the precipice.
Baz, please. We have to have some civility right now, Baz.
So, Loran says what he says, and then he looks to you guys. Neff, Leah. He just says, if there's anything you can do. If not, I can.
It might also be an aspect of this place. If you're seeing something, we shouldn't necessarily dismiss it as not a threat.
It reminds me somewhat of the way dreams can affect you in the real world, as well as in sleep, in your mind.
Exactly.
Maybe if you see
Loran's
one of these
gaze
hallucinations.
Sorry, Neff, what did you say, please?
Maybe if you see one of these hallucinations, point them out to us, and then we can see if we can interact in any way. Maybe there is something we can do.
Loran asks, where is the destination now?
Also, we'll turn around and try and find it.
Okay.
Those are
Yeah.
not for you.
Neff, you make me a perception check, please. With advantage, because Allstar is helping you look.
He's trying to get
Can we all make perception checks at this?
You may, yeah.
Oh, that is perception. Let me see. What am I adding? Oh, Neff's character sheet.
Is everybody at advantage or just Neff?
I'll say
Oh, with
everyone with Allstar.
Okay. With advantage, it's a 19.
19. Okay, good. And Sleia?
23.
19. Brilliant. Okay, everyone. You guys you're pretty confident you are exactly where Allstar is pointing. And you look into the ice, and you do notice that the ice here is kind of has a fractured reflection, and it's kind of eerie. When you look into it long enough, you can kind of see dozens of reflections of yourself, fainter and fainter, going back into the ice until it's too opaque to see. Neff?
I have a fun question.
Yes.
Can I attempt to use mending on the ice to make the reflection nice and crystal clear?
Interesting. Let me just see if that's possible. Okay.
Wow, this reflection is kind of fractured. I wonder if I can fix it, maybe.
Well, okay. If this was rearranging.
I'm going to wear his tail, so he's amused.
I'm wondering if either it'll make the reflection just be normal,
Exactly.
or if it'll let out something.
Okay, tell me how this looks.
Okay, Neff's gonna grab nothing.
Yeah.
She's gonna take her hands. I was gonna say she grabs her hands. She plugs them into her wrist sockets and funnels some magic into the ice.
So, everyone, as you know, Neff carries her hands in little hand holsters on either side of her belt.
These are my magic casting
so she
hands.
goes, pow, pow. Neff, what this looks like is, you know how when you put your hand over ice, sometimes it melts and can kind of smooth the surface?
Mm-hmm.
Except in this case, it's kind of fixing together slightly. And
She's a Zamboni, or whatever those things are called.
Yeah, you're a human Zamboni. So At this point, you're just kind of going like over the ice. There are impatient skaters waiting on the other side of the rink, just like trying to get on the smooth stuff. But you're taking your time with this. Are you happy with this development?
I'm personally very happy.
Saraza looks at you and then looks to the ground and then just puts a hand on your shoulder and just says,
Oh, it's just you.
"Oh no, it's only me. I apologise. I've been quiet recently because of everything that's happening. But no. Are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
This does seem a rather odd course of action. Not that you shouldn't be doing this. I just wanted to check in with you."
Yeah, I feel like okay. It's rather soothing to smooth the ice. You should give it a try.
Is it actually?
It is quite nice. If you've got fire powers, then I'm imagining that you could maybe like heat the surface a bit to smooth it out.
My name is Sarah Zodahane.
Oh. I meant the fiery passion of your heart.
Make a persuasion check, straight up.
Persuasion check.
Skaterina.
Okay. Oh my god, it's really low. But I have a good persuasion. That's a 11. That's a 4 on the dice,
11.
but it turns into an 11.
Not Loran, he's not Loran. My name is Sarah Zodahane. Sarah Zodahane just looks sort of like off into the distance and then just lifts one hand to the ice and starts just dragging it down with you.
Also, it's like you might get the frostbite from doing that magic.
That's true, don't let the ice bite you.
He has got little leather gloves on, but he's being careful.
Okay, has anything changed as far as the reflection is concerned? Can I insight check Brian if Brian is looking?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm sure also can see it, right?
Mm-hmm. Of course, this is right in front of everyone.
Okay, this is a 12 on insight. I'm just observing Brian.
Ulster, what do you get with the 12?
He's obviously looking at something. How he feels about that something, maybe you couldn't tell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm getting that Brian is not looking at a perfect reflection of himself.
No, he's probably following something. I would say he's following something that's moving when also himself is not moving.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you see, Brian?
I see. Well, I'm not sure if it really matters, but I tend to see similar things anyway. Just usually stuff from the mirror. Just kind of pours out. He is avoiding looking at both Saraza and Loran at this point.
Saraza is holding your shoulder just lightly, Neff, and you do feel it his hand kind of twitch when Ulster mentions the mirror. And he's so strong that it's like...
I'm small!
You're very small. Actually, no, here's what happens. So you can keep Zamboning the ice, Saraza lifts you up so that you can reach the higher bits that are too small for you. Yes, you can. You can indeed do a... notice that Saraza has a reaction to this.
At the mention of the mirror, can Slia insight check Brian as well?
Yes.
Mirror, mirror, on the wall, who is the most Zamboni of them all?
Also, just, I'm sorry, Brian.
Yeah.
That's a 29.
Oh my god.
Ulster looks uncomfortable. You can tell he's avoiding Saraza and Loran. But he's also somewhat avoiding looking at everyone else.
Slea's just
Loran
gonna
is
hold
just-
on to that.
Okay.
Loran smiles and just sits down on the opposite side of the ice, kind of like alcove as Kath. And he just says, "We've all paused. We might as well take a break, eh? Have a sit down. Let's unwind somewhat."
I might try and sleep a little bit.
I think that's fine. More than reasonable.
He'll go and sit with Loran if Loran lets him be there.
Of course, Loran. And Shu, I think, comes over and cuddles up with both of you and lets you sit. You notice that Shu doesn't really stop following whatever is behind the ice, and also you get the impression that whatever hallucination you're seeing, Shu can see it too.
He scratches her.
Shu cuddles up and snuggles and wraps around you both. There is plentiful space to snuggle up to this nice, warm, fluffy Shu. If anybody else wants to come and relax down here.
I was an old woman who lived in a shoe.
I wasn't a woman who lived in a shoe. Slia, when she's like in her old age and just wants to cuddle Shu every day.
Cannot play with you.
That is the goal. Life goals.
Life goals.
He keeps trying to take my click-clacks. They're not your click-clacks. They're mine.
They're
You
my
can't
kids.
steal them.
You cannot have them.
You cannot wield it.
You cannot wield it, Basil.
We were watching The Fellowship of the Ring last night and it was very good.
Ooh, nice.
Limited edition, of course. We really need to just buy it.
I wasn't eating my cat.
I would like.
He's trying to eat me. I guess that's fair.
That is fine. No
Okay.
worries.
Oh, look at those big paws.
We went to the vet the other day, and the vet was like, "Oh, he's going to get bigger," and I was like, "Bigger than this?
This is big news.
He's a big cat."
Oh.
Yeah.
So floofy.
My mum's going to meet him. She's coming up to Cambridge next week, so she gets to meet the boy.
He likes to sleep between us when we're asleep.
Yeah.
So we
Cute.
kick him out in the morning so it can just be the two of us.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
So
Okay,
you guys all sit down. No.
I do not. Alright, while everybody's sitting down and relaxing, I would like to Zamboni an ungodly amount of ice as a sort of a meditation technique to hone my focus.
Interesting. So, what kind of roles do you want to do for this? Because if it's a meditation technique, I'm assuming some kind of wisdom role or intelligence of some kind.
Yes. And since I have a Zamboni a little bit already, and I'm a monk,
Okay.
could I do wisdom with advantage?
Yes, I'll allow it.
Okay. I'm looking into my inner self. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, first roll, not so great. First roll even worse. I have second roll even worse. That's fine though. That's a 13 on the wisdom.
13. Neff, you personally feel very zen. You feel at peace with yourself. You feel comfortable despite the frost tips, kind of like tipping your fingers.
Mhm.
Everyone else, as you're trying to have this little rest, from the corner of the room, you just hear as Neff Zambonis this ice quite loudly with her hands.
Quite loudly. Oh no.
Oh no.
Didn't even realize.
Um,
That's kind of awkward.
It's kind of awkward. Yeah, you were too lost in the meditations of it. You're too lost in them. Sarah sticks by you and helps, pick you up, put you down, make sure you're not.
I'm like a
missing
Roomba
any
that he's
catch.
moving around the house. Like, oh, that's a chair. Let's move you over here.
Sarah's are the Roomba. Tag yourselves as household appliances. Sarah's would be a Roomba.
Leon is the butane gas.
Yeah. All stares the gap.
Oopsie.
I think Neff would be a toaster that doesn't toast according to the values in the toaster.
Oh, that's fun. Wait, no, Ulster's the refrigerator. Or the freezer?
It could be a freezer, yeah.
Also, there's a freezer.
Anyway.
But anyway. Enough of this. Or a knife.
Or a knife.
So, as you guys sit, are you taking a rest here?
Yes.
A long rest or a short rest?
A longer rest as possible.
Do you guys want to do a long rest?
We could do a long rest.
I will halt
The caveat
zambooning if we're taking.
Yes, I
Well,
just
you-
need to do what's it called? Yeah, watches if we are.
I'll allow you guys to do a long rest if you would like. So,
I would like to.
yeah.
Please
Please.
just sticks up a hand. I'll do one with Loran later. Immediately fall asleep.
Okay. You guys were able to fall asleep. Oh, fun! The fire alarm went off in the uni.
Oh.
Fun, anyway. So,
Everything's okay.
you guys begin your long rest. Who would like to take first watch?
I'll look at both Blue and Slia. Neff looks like she's
Say-
eager to go for a watch with somebody.
I think Bluey will take first watch with Neff. She'll offer. Yeah.
We shall go.
God, he's back.
Sorry, Neff, could you repeat what you said? I cut you off.
Neff is gonna do a watch with Blue, I think.
Neff, Bluey, the two of you settle at the mouth of this cave, and as everybody else kind of just like finds themselves in an uneasy sleep, the two of you are veritably alone. Would you both make me perception checks? You can either do one each, or you can choose one person to roll and then have advantage.
One each.
I'm happy to let Blue go with advantage. I will assist you. If I stand, I'll help lift you. I'll be like a little you know how when you're at the bathroom and you need like the stool to get to the sink. Neff is gonna do that.
Neff, please make me a strength check.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
Neff, make me a strength check.
Wait, Neff is lifting Blue out.
Yes. She's ready to get
I
squished.
don't think this is.
Not too bad. It's a 16 minus 1. It's a 15. That's okay.
15. Okay.
Blue weighs like
Not
250 pounds.
This is monk strength training.
This is not the easiest thing you've ever done,
Mhm.
but with a significant effort, you are able to lift Bluey a couple of inches off the ground.
All right, Blue will try and very quickly look around with that advantage. Oh, fuck! Those are both bad. That is
Not shattered.
11.
It's higher than 10.
Fuck.
Oh my goodness.
11! Interesting. Okay.
We really are a dubious duo together.
Mm.
With 11, your watch passes comfortably without intrusion. Neff, you still have this slight kind of like fizzing glow around you. It sparks off of your skin just ever so slightly.
Oh.
Just that kind of like frosting, kind of like frostbite, which tells you that this is your trial. Well, your chance coming up. Loran has the same sort of illumination, which I mentioned it last week, but just so you know, it's still there, and it's still very much present. And from your seated point, you can just about see the precipice, and you can see the kind of like what you believe is either the next place you guys have to go, which is one of these 3 bridges, or perhaps even the start of the next trial.
Okay.
It's
Blue,
waiting for you.
I think I can see the next bridge or place where the trial is meant to be in the distance. Do you see it over there? And I won't point because I'm currently I'm helping Blue up, but I'll turn my head and point my nose.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Wow. Okay. Okay. Is it currently like nighttime, or is it just sort of bright?
It's bright and cloudy, so it's not necessarily dark, but it's dim enough that you guys don't feel interrupted by the light when you try and have. Yeah.
So, like Neff's little glowing moment would certainly be visible.
It's something to it's something to write home about.
I shut the door.
It is something. Bluey's like, wow, that glowing stuff. It is something to write home about.
Neff gets out a paper and pen.
Your parents,
Yeah.
dear mother,
Dearest.
Mm.
Why, thank you. Oh, I am actually glowing. You're right.
How are you feeling?
How am I feeling? Am I feeling okay?
As in, okay.
Like, are there any external things that are affecting Neff, or is it just how Neff feels?
At the moment, you are just Neff.
Okay. I was wondering if like maybe the
and
glowing was
obviously
causing
reacting to the quite traumatic situation of, oh my gosh, Thomas, you weren't here for the fallout of last week. That's what. Okay, right. Let me really quickly explain. So, Neff,
The
last
fallout.
week, after you left,
Yes.
Cass was revealed to be evil, and she attacked Loran, and then also attacked her, and then she tried to attack Loran again,
Oh my
and
god.
then Loran stopped her and took her mind away.
Oh.
And that's when she was forced the potion.
There was a lot of damage done.
They force-fed her a potion, and then
Because she hadn't been taking it the past few days, or something like that.
Yeah. She was lying the whole time, under the influence of her contract.
Yep. Also did 55 points of damage to her.
Yay.
That sounds like a catastrophe.
Ah!
What? Okay, that's a lot. That's a pivotal moment. Okay.
Neff, you can see Cass is still, even in sleep, just sort of shivering and sort of sitting a little bit away from the others. I imagine that probably somebody would have tried to pull her into the kind of warmth, the huddle Sleer, maybe. But even so, she's sort of still very reluctant in keeping her distance.
Okay. Alright. Neff is probably feeling... I was gonna say, oh yeah, she feels great, but maybe she feels a little bit more anxious because of the circumstances that have happened, I guess. Glancing over at Cass here and there. And then at Brian as well, and at Loran and the others.
Also swaddled Loran. Kind of like this. Swaddled.
Very good. It's to protect him.
Yeah.
I think like if from Bluey's attempt at looking around, everything looks clear, she might sort of like just sit down because she's thinking about like the before bit, not necessarily the Cass bit, but also the Cass bit. The whole charisma. I don't know. I mean, she doesn't really want to say it. the room that she, I don't know.
You might have to ask Neff straightforwardly.
Please.
Second.
Make an insight.
Second.
Make an insight check, please.
Okay, cool. I don't know why I leaned in with my headphones on as if I was going to hear any better by leaning in, but...
I do that all the time, yeah.
I tap the computer.
Do you want something I realise I do? Is because I'm so used to this, it's really off topic.
Yeah.
Because I'm used to drawing digitally so much, I tap the paper
To erase. Trying to zoom in.
And I can try and yesterday I was doing traditional hand-drawn animation at uni, and I couldn't I couldn't do it. I was like, I kept trying to undo it by tapping the paper.
Oh no.
I know. But
What to
anyway,
undo in life? Oh,
what did you roll, please?
I rolled very well. And I rolled a d20. And on that d20, for my insight check, I got a math problem. It's 25.
25. Maths problem.
It was 17 plus 8, which is... I don't know. It's...
Neff, looking at Bluey, I think just from her expression and knowing what happened to you in the room as well, you can tell that the previous trial is on her mind.
Bluey, I get the feeling that the previous trial is on your mind.
sorry. I guess.
I'm using 100% of what the DM's giving me. I'm using it.
I know, and I did it before too. Okay. Yeah. And look, you don't have to say. You don't even have to say exactly. I don't know. You know, did you see someone who was alive, or?
I saw Elijah in my room.
Oh. And did he turn into ice too? Right.
I melted him.
Okay. I mean, yeah, in a way, it melted. Yeah.
What happened in your room, Bluey?
Sorry. I saw Dad.
Oh.
Yeah. Hang on. Did Elijah tell you anything that you didn't know?
I think
Like
everything that
before?
Elijah told me was just things that I was worrying about internally.
I wonder what Dad.
Because Dad said something that I never knew before. That, you know, he fostered other kids in town, and you know, he was quite old when I came into the picture. I had no idea. How? Oh, what if it's my memory? What if I already knew it, but I've forgotten it?
Well, you're
But
from Mass,
not
right?
in the normal way. Sorry.
Have you ever suffered from any amnesia, Bluey?
Bluey,
Well,
can you make me an intelligence check?
okay. All right. Okay. Oh, I did something to my video screen. Intelligence. Oh yeah, no. I keep forgetting. No modifiers. Are you kidding me? All right, that's an 8.
Bluey, without being able to access any sort of like ideas or thoughts about what memories you might be missing, you know that you can just tell with a bit of instinct that if Melas was able to erase people from existence, then perhaps it would make sense too that if you had any other children that were fostered with you and they went down into the cave once they turned 21 and decided not to stay, that they would not be a person you'd remember.
Okay. I interpreted that at the time as like, it's just like previous people before. I don't know. Ooh, what? Okay. I mean, that could also be the case.
But like, again, you got an 8. So.
Yeah, okay. Fair. Right.
Didn't mean to be so. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound like you got an 8. So
No, that makes sense. When what you were saying, I already think is very generous for an 8. I'm going to write that down. Thank you very much. Okay.
If anything was erased or removed from your life, it is entirely possible. Is essentially the translation.
Okay, Bluey would probably be looking like she's made a very small piece of a realization, but she's probably going to stare blankly down unless Neff says something again.
Neff won't necessarily say something again straight away, but she'll give Blue a big hug. Oh. Or no, she can't give big hugs. She'll give her a small whittle hug, because she's whittle.
Okay, Bluey then, to compensate, gives a big hug because she can.
I think Neff will wait. If there is anything that's going to be said, she'll wait for Bluey to say it.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's okay.
The rest of your watch can pass with you guys kind of gently talking about these kinds of things. If that's what you wish, or in silence. But once you guys start feeling the effects of your exhaustion, you'll need to rest. It's on a keyboard.
I'd like to imagine that at some point we just change to just really random topics like, oh, what's your favorite fruit?
I like papayas.
Bluey might get out like one of those, were they gummies or something? The like nice fruit flavored.
You have gummies in game? Oh my goodness.
They were from the fruit jellies.
From Calcan.
Yeah, from Calcan.
The floating market.
Oh wow, okay, cool.
Maybe bring out one Calcariat mango for Neff. I think she's offered Neff one before in the event that Bluey fucking injured her with her dart.
Bluey, these are my favorite. I love Calcariat mangoes. And she'll chomp.
Okay, yeah.
And your watch will come to an end there. So, next, who do you wake up next to succeed you while you sleep?
Bran.
Brian.
He opens one red eye. My turn. How does Loran look, can I ask?
Loran looks...
Is he sleeping? Because also is going to decide whether or not...
He looks tired and restless, but he is sleeping. He looks like he's in a very, very light sleep. Like the slightest sound could wake him.
Also is going to try and snuggle Loran into Shu and leave him to sleep as he takes the water.
By himself?
He will wake up. I'm going to roll a dice.
There'd also be like Lucas. Yeah.
He wakes up Sarazar. There's going to be Sarazar or Slayer.
Sarasa kind of like sniffs and then opens his eyes, and he is surprised to see you, and he says, "I thought I was going with Sphere."
I was going to wake either one of you up, but I wanted to leave Laran to rest a bit longer.
Slayer and Laran on watch might be an interesting composition.
Yeah, I'll see how Laran's doing. I'm also happy to take his watch because he doesn't look well.
If you do that, you'll be getting long rest pretty soon.
He'll just keep an eye out, I think.
Sarasa gets up and sort of sits on the edge of the entryway to this sort of like small alcove.
Oh, Blue will say goodnight to the both of them there. Sorry.
Yeah, of course.
Good night, Blue.
Good night, Blue. Good night, Neff.
I'll wake up Lucas then. I should probably sleep. Also starts walking around. He's kind of looking into the ice every now and then.
Sarasa kind of reaches out and calls to you. All stare.
I'm just keeping an eye on it.
You don't have to go back to sleep. We can do the watch together.
No, he meant later he'll wake up Lucas. He realizes that taking 2 watches is a bit silly. I should have thought of that.
You kind of walk around the ice, and Sarasa just watches you from where he's seated.
Does Ulster see anything in the ice?
Not right now.
He visibly relaxes and then goes to sit slightly away from Sarasa, but not too far that it's awkward. How are you enjoying the trials?
Enjoying is a word. It's unique, certainly.
I'm not sure how I felt about the last one.
No, I assume you saw him.
I saw him and I saw myself as well.
2 hallucinations. Well, 1 hallucination and 1 phantom.
I'm guessing you saw your old friend.
I thought it might have been someone else, but no, it was, yes.
Must have been painful.
Doesn't get easier. But with distance, there is a certain understanding of loss, I suppose. I knew that no matter what I said, there wasn't going to be.
Joja!
Hello.
Good interview?
Yes, I won't interrupt. I'm going to try and sort out connecting to this.
Sarasa just kind of like on watch continues. He says, with distance, there comes a kind of acceptance that someone you love is gone. And it's been a long time for me. So one trial wasn't going to break that.
That's very brave.
Well, I sound a lot more sure of it now than I did back in there.
He was Nikia's father?
Yes, he was.
Also kind of just nods. And you never with him wanted.
Are you asking if I wanted a family? It never got to that point. Well, it was never an option.
I'm sorry. Shouldn't have asked.
No, I understand why you did.
I hope you can be happy. It's unfair that you lost the person you love. And I know that things are difficult with you and Lorella. I'm just sorry.
You have nothing to be sorry for. It's not your fault. All step.
I know. Well, I know it's not all my fault. Some of it is, and I'm sorry for it. Even if it's nothing to do with me personally, if I made you realise things that you wanted and didn't have. I want to be able to support you in any way I can. And he awkwardly pats Sarah's shoulder.
Sarah says, well, you do a lot for me.
You're Laurent's brother. He loves you. I love you as my family too. Even though we're not really brothers.
We could still be.
Walster looks a bit uncomfortable. I don't know if it's...
You don't have to say anything else. I understand.
always be your family. As I'm sure Neff and Daniel will always be your daughters. Even if your relationship with their mother changes.
Sarah looks over at Neff. I don't know if she understood what I was saying before. But I'm not going to do anything until after Daniel's. I think.
I think that's a good decision. I'm very happy for Daniel. She's had a few misses.
No worry for her.
Well, at least she's found a man who likes men and women this time.
Maybe they have something in common. And a king, no less. That should satisfy her.
Well, she deserves nothing less. Maybe she'll stay in the Maasai for periods of time.
I can see that happening.
Maybe Lorella will come to see that we want to keep that friendship.
I think she already sees it.
I know she's been a bit busy.
She's no longer an empress. She's no longer a ruler. She's just been trying to untangle Kalkan from its ties to that former style of government. It can't be easy.
Are you going to go help when this is over?
Yes. Once you're on the throne, I will take my leave again. For a time. I know you will be going to Eldrelith and to Feyways, Melas in whatever order. But I need to at least go for a time. A few days.
I'm sure we can take a few days. But if it's not too much to ask, I think we all want you there at the end of all things.
I wouldn't miss it.
And I mean, if you are going to be spending any time in the Messiah, I know Kev has become rather fond of you. He doesn't have any friends except for me.
He has very flowery handwriting.
He is a very kind person. You deserve a friend. He's not tied up in all of this.
That's a fair point. But anyway, it's not the time nor the place to be wallowing like that.
Can I roll a perception check on the outside?
You can do it with advantage as Saraza gives over to you, knowing that you are the superior in this. He lets you get up on his shoulders.
I got a 27.
27, my favourite number. What's your favourite number?
5.
Okay. 27. So, looking out and about, as you're having your conversation, you do hear crunching. The crunching of ice underfoot. Coming kind of from behind you.
He tilts his head back.
As you tilt your head back, you see, sort of coming up from behind, a group of individuals who are cloaked, and they seem to be walking quite slowly. One of them is being supported by the others, but there are still 4, as it appears Alabek's team makes it through, and Alabek is leading the way, and he stops short when he sees you all camping there.
Are they close enough that we can speak to them?
Yes.
Is your party member all right?
Alabek nods and just says, "We were looking for a place to rest."
Alston nods towards the cabins they've been using.
Yes. Well, thank you.
We're going to move on with the morning. We need a rest.
Then we will be right behind you. This is not a race, after all. I am not like Nasha. I have no desire to beat you to anywhere. We don't even do our trials in the same order.
Where have you come from? Maybe we can help each other.
Strength.
Strength. Can I insight check? 16.
It just says, it's going to hurt.
Also looks at the person they're carrying. Nods. The charisma one will hurt all of you.
Not very charismatic. And Alabek sort of like lowers their team member down, and you notice it's not Indira. It's I think it's probably Zor, who would be most likely to have been hardest hit by strength.
Mm-hmm. Well, good night then, and good luck.
The rest of the team members kind of settle down, and Alabek kind of frowns. Sarazen says, "Do you want me to give you to a moment without prying ears?"
If you want to.
I don't know, it looks like you might have something to say to him or him to you.
Also nods and he'll step aside with Alabek.
Alabek, as you kind of walk towards him, just kind of distances himself from the rest of the groups. And he just says, "Why did your teammates help us at the beginning? What was your play?"
There's no play. I just believe that we should act in these trials while we would intend to rule. And that means not leaving people to die or be hurt, if there's something we can do about it. It's no game.
Ulster, I'll tell you something then. I do have a play. I'm not here because I want to rule. I do not have any intention of becoming king.
Then what do you want?
What I've always wanted. What we've always wanted.
Knowledge.
Alabek pulls his relic. Still covered. And he holds it in his hands. And then slides it across the ground to you.
Can I Arcana check it?
You may.
That is going to be quite good, but I need to check. I need to really bring my printed out sheets. 21.
It's magical. Just as magical as any other, maybe more so.
More so. Is it any kind of harmful magic?
No. It's neutral.
Do you mind if I go to the loo really quickly before we play this out?
Yes.
I apologise. I'll be 2 minutes, I promise.
Yeah. George, how was your interview?
Yeah, I think it went all right. It's kind of hard to tell. This was like initial sort of chat, and then if I get through to the second round of interviews, that'll be next week. I don't know. It's one of those. I don't know if I amped up the writing side a bit more than I should have maybe amped up like the admin organization side.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I know I could do the job well. I've applied for jobs in the past where I'm like, yeah, I kind of hope they don't get back to me because like I don't feel like I could do this, but don't go to anyway. Whereas with this one, it's like I know I could do this job and I could do it quite well. So I guess it just depends on if they like me and sort of hopefully I'll get through to second round and hopefully I'll get the job because it would be a great starting point in the industry for me. And it's so convenient, it's so close, but we'll have to wait and see. I should know by the end of this week or early next week if I make it to the second round. So we'll see. But regardless, it was my first like professional interview. So even if I don't get like the position, at least I've now had a professional interview. So
yeah, it's good experience either way.
That's the way I'm gonna have to look at it. And to be honest, if I don't get it, the job I'm currently in pays more, even though it's unskilled. So like I basically will be taking a pay cut to do this job, but I want to do this job because it is a way that I can for the industry so I can get started in that way and then actually apply for a job with higher money because I'll have the experience. But we'll see. But yes, we shall see.
Yay! I'm excited. Good luck. Good luck.
Cool. Thank you. So Aylin gave me like a little recap. Thank you very much for that, Aylin. So is it currently that we just sort of you found some cabins, we decided to rest, and then there's been watchers. Is that basically the sort of
you're in in like an alcove in the ice. That just kind of like, but they basically just places you can rest that are safe. You can pretty much see the next trial ahead of you. It's just in case if you guys were like,
we're gonna take a break.
Let's not do that right now.
Let's just have a sleepy sleep.
Yeah. It also burned like a lot of his high magic, taking
Cass
and then healing Cass. So he's a little bit.
Cass, you all know Cass has small amount of big spell slots, and she was just using them. I had to make that decision. Like, well, I'm gonna fuck future Cass over by doing this, but this is what she would do.
Must kill the rat.
Must kill
Yeah,
the
the
rat.
Pretty much. Evil cast had it in for him.
We haven't had we haven't played any of the fallout of that. We've just we basically started the game with going to sit and have a rest.
Yeah, Cass is
Okay,
sleeping.
amazing.
And I saw your messages, so just go.
Yeah, amazing.
Right, so Ulster, as you have do this Arcana check, the vessel, the stone kind of like bowl, slides to your feet.
I will open it.
So Alabek flinches somewhat when you open it, as if embarrassed or exposed in a way. And when you pull back the covering on this, you notice that this bowl is empty. And there is nothing inside.
Can I peer in?
You peer in,
Nothing.
nothing. And Alabek is kind of like twitching where he stands.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Can I insight check him?
No, he says, as in, not to say nothing's wrong,
Oh.
but he said he's looking at it and he says, nothing. That's what they give us.
I don't think any of us know what our own relics are supposed to be used for. Yet.
We've always been on the outside looking in. We've always pursued knowledge and understanding and history and divination, and yet we are unable, not allowed, to learn where all of our magic comes from, why we're here. We don't have those answers. Only one person in the Messiah, or one people, have that answer, and that is those who rule. They're the only ones allowed to know. And as insult, we are given this.
Can also pick it up? I don't think it's an insult. This feels incredibly powerful. Though I also see nothing yet. I think you should wait before you pass judgment.
They don't want to rule. But that suits us just fine.
Who doesn't want you to roll?
Whatever gods rule over. Sylvanus and other forces, I do not know, I'm sure.
You follow Savras.
Yes.
I think this place is Sylvanus' domain, which suggests to me that he might even be watching. If we complete the trial, I am going to try to meet him. Perhaps you could ask the same.
They would never allow it. And he walks over and picks up the bowl and reluctantly covers it again.
Are you afraid?
I'm angry.
That's Sylvanus.
Yes. Yes, I am.
You may not get another chance to express that whilst we are here in his domain. If you want to talk to him, you should make it known.
He frowns. I believe I do have the power to do so. There's a reason I was sent here after all.
I don't think he would have let you enter if he didn't want you to come here.
I suppose that's correct. Make just a general charisma check, please, also.
14.
14. Alabek looks a bit uneasy and looks over to the rest of his team who are...
It's hard to read. It's so pretty.
14. Looks over to the rest of his team who have kind of busied themselves and have set up their own watches at this point. There's just one of them awake. And then they're kind of already looking over at Sarazo, who's still... Sarazo, who is still doing watch and is just looking at themselves like, should I be watching or not? But regardless. Alabek says, the Mensej, they don't choose who they send based on inheritance or ancestry. Whoever they choose is given the name Mensej and sent here to learn as much as they can and bring it, knowing full well that they probably will not rule.
If that is your agenda, then I'm sure Sylvanus knows that.
I want him to know. Then.
Tell Sylvanus, I want him to know it. And I'm sorry if you think some of us are here through pure privilege.
I don't care. Really. You're strong, I see it. But all of us are here because we need to know more.
I want to know a certain amount. There are some things that no one person or even tribe could ever know. I believe. We simply can't comprehend it.
Yes.
Just be wary of Sylvanus. I don't believe he is an evil god, but I believe he is cruel, much like our country.
In the Mensej tribe, we don't really believe in the separation of the gods. Consider yourself, for a moment, a worm.
Also considers turning into a worm. I was like, no, bad idea.
You live your life in the dirt and you are content, and then one day someone comes to garden, why not? Would you be able to distinguish the trowel from the hand, from the eye? They are so impossibly distinct you could not know that they were part of a whole. So think of yourself now as a human, How do you distinguish Sylvanus from Savras from Saloon? What if they were part of one whole? Extensions of one thing. Many aspects of it. It is impossible for us to comprehend. But I would like to understand as much of it as I can.
Then I wish you luck. And perhaps my conversation will be with more than just Sylvanus.
See perhaps if you can appeal to other gods through him. That might be your chance. I know Cyrus would listen. And Alabek kind of hesitates and then moves towards his tribe.
Also nods, and he'll walk back over to Sarazo.
Enlightening.
I think I understand him. Somewhat. Not very good with people.
Getting better.
I understand in theory, it's just in practice. He suggested that we appeal to other gods. I've only ever known one god.
I think maybe it's Sleia you need to talk to then. Or Neff, but Jubakari scares me.
Jubakari is a bit scary. After the next break, I'll talk to Sleia.
When we wake up before the trip.
I'm worried about Loran going in with. He looks like he wants to say me, and he's like.
Sarazo says, let those be worries for the morning. You need to sleep.
I'm always worried about him.
He pulls you in for a hug.
Bumps his head against Sarazo's chest.
So you guys can wake up whoever you want to be on watch next. I can tell there's a certain Aelin in the corner who wishes they'd been awake for that conversation. You can see it in your eyes.
Sleia who's like, I shouldn't be talking to like the Mentas tribe because I know what that looks like, but also knowledge person wants to talk to another knowledge person.
Knowledge!
Also wake up Lucas instead of Loran.
Okay. Lucas says, little Sarah, hi.
Lucas,
How are you?
sleepy.
You need to rest. You've had a big day.
Would you mind taking Loran's spot?
No, of course.
He was hit very hard.
Do you want me to wake up Cass or Sleia?
Sleia, leave Cass to sleep as
We can talk to her in the morning.
well, if she wants to talk.
I think it would be wise. She seems beside herself.
I mean, I know how it feels to see yourself doing horrible things to your friends. I can't imagine how it feels to actually do them.
From what I understand, she had no control of her actions. She seems very strong. Let's hope that she can bring it back.
We'll talk in the morning.
Yes.
That's Lucas on the shoulder and goes to swaddle around again.
Like a little flavour. Cass
Yeah.
is definitely having really bad nightmares.
No. She was like wrapped around you, like holding all of your nightmares at bay, just giving you like a warm place to sleep.
Yeah. I think she's like sort of snuggling into you, but she's like clearly having some bad dreams.
Oh.
Just sitting on it.
Oh.
You look like, oh, come back, have we?
Crawling back. So, Sleia, you are woken up by Lucas. He just says, hey, Sleia, hi. We haven't really gotten a chance to speak one-on-one properly, but we're going to do a watch together. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, no, that's fine. Perfectly fine.
Brilliant. Lucas goes and plops himself down and is like, "Oh, message. All right," and then just kind of like walks and just like says,
So chill.
"Hail and well met, friends. Oh, you're all sleeping. Okay. I think whoever was on watch must have fallen asleep. That's fine.
Best to let them rest.
Yes.
At least until we leave.
They seem to have been through it, but who hasn't?
How was your the charisma trial?
It was fine. It was just fine.
What's a passive insight of 20 given me on that?
He probably didn't have the hardest time out of everyone, but he probably didn't have a fun time either. I assume you had a similar instance of it was someone you had to convince to give you a key to get through on the other side. Bit cruel, isn't it? To use our minds against us like that.
I suppose, but I guess the trials are meant to get you ready to rule. Help you think in new ways.
It's a very fair observation. If you don't mind me asking, who did you see?
My aunt. How about you?
You know what you want in. Mine too.
Is that my mom?
That's your mom.
Correct me if I'm mistaken, is that Ulster's mother?
The one and only. It was odd. But I don't know if you know my vision for the Messiah, really.
Not so much. I'd love to hear more about it.
It aligns quite perfectly with Ulster's, which is that we can't really, exist on our own, not in the same way that we used to. And you guys haven't been here whilst I have. I've tried a lot of times to petition the royals to try and get some understanding, to go abroad and bring back people who might be able to convince them that the outside world is worth giving a shot. And every time I've been shut down. And I think that Shah Pistol has become my symbolic kind of, well, my symbol of that. Or at least that's what the trial seemed to reveal to me. When I went to Kalkan, I took the ships pulled in a lot of favours. And she did not like this.
She did not like this. How dare you help?
They don't understand. Not anymore. So when Allstair came back with a foreign husband and all of you guys, I think I just knew. I think I just knew that this was what was supposed to happen.
Just had to wait for the opportune moment.
Exactly. But I'm not immortal. Even though I look like I'm in my 20s, I've been doing this dance for a long time. Trying, failing. I was getting a little sick of it, but
Now you have a chance.
Yes, I do.
What?
Lucas said Allstair brought something back for me, and then Celia probably said, "Now you have a chance." And then Allstair, Lucas said,
You've taken my character.
"No." Lucas said, "I will not squander that chance." Don't get me wrong, I'm going to be a good king.
You both will.
Exactly. I could have done it on my own, but would I have done it as well as with him? I don't want to. I don't want to find that out.
I think you provide a good balance to each other, and that's as Danielle and Loran provide as well.
Yeah. She's
Excited?
just so funny. Very. She's just so funny. I enjoy it. I like her. I love her.
Bloody hope so.
Are you married?
Yes.
And Lucas looks around the group like trying to suss out which one.
No one here. She pulls out the wedding gift that Allstair made her, the photo, like the family photo.
Yeah.
That has like Ferinia in it. And like passes it over for Lucas to see.
Lucas takes a look at it. Yes. I see it. She's beautiful.
Thank you.
Where is she?
Home. Which is Celia being one deliberately vague, but also a little bit sweet because Ferinia is her home.
Lucas smiles and folds the paper, gives the paper back to you, folds it up. I won't pry then.
Within all of our enemies, it's not so much safe to really think about it.
I understand.
We're expecting our...
Congratulations.
Still don't have a name yet. People always ask.
Lucas?
Lucas is a good one. I could just list a bunch off for you. See if any stick.
I'm happy to hear them, but tell me about your tell me about your wedding plans. Surely you have them. Or are you leaving it all to Danielle?
Well, I think Danielle is going to be the authority on that, but I think something grand for her sake, on a boat for my sake. just because I think it would be cool. Means we could also like sail around the Maasai, get the best of everywhere. I think we'd start somewhere in the Hainam lands because they're quite temperate and probably a bit easier for her to stand rather than the mainland. And then, if we're able, we would sail to Kelkan and have a party there as well. I've heard amazing things.
It is a wonderful place if you've never visited.
I've been around, but never spent much time in one place. Always had to come back here.
I understand that.
The game tribe is large, and it needs its air. Anyway, I think it's just about time. And you can see the others kind of starting to stir around you.
Brian's gonna wake up like, my turn to watch.
Does it seem like any of like the Mensage are stirring?
No, they have, seeing as they've only been there for about 4 hours or so, compared to you guys, they are sleeping.
Who looks the most well rested out of all of them?
Probably Indira.
Sleia will go and like wake her up. Just like, hey, it looks like we're going to be
You
leaving soon.
He starts speaking and you put out your hand and she just opens her eyes. Sorry, instincts.
No, it's good. I just didn't want you to be startled awake by something that might attack you in your sleep.
I think I've got it covered, but thanks for your concern. And she sits up. Anything we should know?
We didn't see anything on our watch.
All right then.
Are you feeling better after the first trial?
Indira nods. Well, I'm fine. Though, I need to get to healing Zorn. I think she's had a bit of a time.
Anything I can do?
Well, no, I think we're okay.
All right.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
You are like me? Yes. That is
Yes.
some. Of this plane or another?
DM, it is a separate plane, right?
Yeah, it's in the Underdark.
A different one.
You must have quite the story. Tell me when you're done. When we're out of here.
Of course. I'd love to hear yours.
It's a common one. But anyway. She looks
Sleia
away.
offers like to kind of like shake her hand, like it's a deal kind of thing.
She'll shake. And the rest of you come to your senses, feeling fully rested, and you can take the benefits of a long rest. Do you know something fun? I toyed with the idea of not letting you be able to have long rests in this place.
Mm-hmm.
But
Seems a bit cruel.
it seemed a bit cruel.
I was worried about that when we were coming into these trials.
Thank you for being on.
I'm nice.
My goodness.
That's not to
Yeah,
say we
if we
don't have
couldn't
a
long rest, Cass would have like no spell slots.
Mm.
Right now.
You know
We
what?
agree. Our
Set on a short rest. George, Warlock spell slots reset on a short or long rest.
Yeah, but if we hadn't had several rests,
Sure.
then we wouldn't.
I get you. So I was going to say, seeing as it's 11, shall we take a 10-minute break here? Oh, come back at roughly. No, I'm sorry. Come back at roughly 10 past. Okay. All right, lads. I'll see you then for another trial.
Aye. greeting under the table.
Melly.
Mm.
She's got her
Nice.
head on my knee. She's just being so cute. I could eat you up. I could gobble you.
It's very hard for me not to eat that.
I know. Why be so cute if you cannot snack? Melly, why be so cute? Melly, why be so cute? Give it. Yeah. You, my little mwah. Oh, is that sound the Sirenscape? I've just opened it up again finally because I managed to get these headphones to work.
Indeed.
There's some wind and then there's piano icicles as well.
Yeah.
I just gotta.
I've got to get. I'm really not, like, I've been really excited to play, but also really not excited because I'm gonna have to get into like a really depressed mindset, and I'm like, oh. Lily,
Yeah.
could you turn down the volume for me on your little icons? Because I end up echoing quite a lot. Makes me shush.
Well, it's Emma who's going to have to turn you down.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Emma. Somebody shush me.
I just got a postcard from one of my friends in Australia who's going to be hopefully moving to Cambridge next year.
Oh,
shit.
Yeah.
Nice.
My friend Lucy. She's going to try and do children's book illustration at Anglia Ruskin.
Cute.
Wow.
Yeah, she's really talented. Her and Emma, I'm sure, would get on very well with geeky art chats.
Yee. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeet.
Nice. Hello, Thomas.
Hello.
Hello, Thomas.
Hello.
Today was Tom's and mine, our 4th anniversary of being
Happy
together.
anniversary.
Aww. That's really cute.
Cute.
Congratulations. That's a long time. Wait, how many
is
anniversary? 4.
4.
4 years?
So, Anna, will you pop in the question? I'm joking.
Maybe when I am earning my own money. And then
you can have a
we'll
long
see.
engagement.
That's also true. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, like, oh, hang on. Oh shit! Yeah, Tim and Steph got married like 9 years ago. God, that's scary. And my brother and his wife. And we're 12 years apart. So I'm thinking, okay, what's the gap? With like, all right, okay, well, my sister got married 2018.
12 years ago, 12 years ago, your brother was your age. So, add 3.
Yeah, look, I don't think we're ready to be married in 3 years.
That's fine.
Emotionally, financially. If we do a nice average of my brother and my sister, then it'll be more than 3 years. I'm not bothered. I forget that they're a lot older. And then, what's happening?
I'm talking to Lily. She'll be quiet.
Why? Emma doesn't like humour.
Rightio, lads. Now that I've finished my biscuits.
I also finished my biscuits.
We have fresh tea.
Did you know that Ulster and Loran got married after 9 months together?
Love a quick couple.
God, Yeah, that's
And then they had
fast.
a baby in another 6 months.
Hell yeah.
It's hard to think that it's only 9 months when we've been playing it for 4 years. That's so
They've
ridiculous.
been together for 1.5 years.
Yeah.
Well, we did have the 6-month time skip,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so
That makes it
under 2
worse.
years.
They had
That
7 months of
makes
being married before they were like a baby.
That makes it actually worse because then that means like there's even less time that we've actually played, and yet it's taken us years. The DC getting distracted by all sorts of nonsense.
Indeed. What was I going to say? Well, what's also funny is that we had a 3-month time skip at the very, very beginning when you guys were sent into Sobek's trial to join the Wear and Back. So you've had 3 months and then 3 months actual game time, so that's 6 months total. And then you've had a 6-month time skip and however long has happened here. So actually, lol.
Neff must have just had a birthday that I missed.
Yeah,
It's
Neff
okay.
is 22.
Yosh. Bluey, it's still not 21 yet. Don't let that
No,
fool you.
Bluey is 21.
Dig off. Well, you have a letter waiting for you somewhere. That's all.
From the Queen.
Congratulations on making it to 21.
21, you've survived.
In
You're
a harsh,
anomaly.
harsh world where people just keep murdering each other, it's a real achievement to make to 21.
Look, it's YA Fantasyland. Everyone is a teenager by the time they inherit their full power. There's going to be casualties.
Ulster's only 19.
Casualties.
He's a casualty. He's a teen dad. Disgraceful.
Right.
How could you elect him to the throne? He's obviously irresponsible.
Oh, don't make me go depressed. I can't. Okay.
Can you turn camera up slightly? I can't hear it.
Sorry.
I can just see the acting. I can't actually hear George.
There we go. How's that?
Do you want to speak? No, you're not speaking. You're not lighting up green.
Yeah? Hello. Hello.
There we go.
Hello.
No, I can kind of hear.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Wait, is George going to be with us? Not this weekend, the weekend after.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to do D&D on that Sunday as well so we can play together?
Ooh.
Actually? Oh, wait, we're Shiny Boys.
Yeah, we could do it on the Saturday,
We could play it on Saturday.
because we're not working.
Yeah. Do you guys want to do the next DC then? Not this week, the weekend after. On the 21st, so that we can play? No, the 20th.
It would be the 20th. Stop getting the days wrong. It makes me.
It's my calendar. My calendar finishes on the wrong day, so it looks like it's Saturday, but it's not.
Fair enough.
So the 20th for you.
21st
Evening?
morning for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sunday morning for you.
All right. So we'll
Should we do
play
that?
like
Wait, is
7.
this
We can talk about it after the game movie. We can organise it.
Yeah.
okay?
Okay. Lads, you all awaken. And if you can't hear, the music has changed. It's now slightly lighter, but still emotional, to indicate that this is still harrowing, but at the very least, you've made it through this night.
You don't have to explain.
So,
I'm joking. I love you.
so, love you. So, all of you wake up slowly. Some of you having a more comfortable sleep than others. Cass, you are still exhausted, but not mechanically, just mentally. And
Loran had great stuff.
well, when you wake up, you notice that Loran as well has slight bags under his eyes, having slept fairly poorly, and is keeping his distance from you.
Was that me?
Yes.
Or yeah. Yeah. Cass is not looking anyone in the eye.
So everyone else, Cass is unchanged since the day before. She's still looking down.
Should we do a circle of trust?
Sarah says, I think that's actually a good idea.
Last time we did this was when Loran put me in a locker, and it worked, so...
Sarah has like a moment of just like, oh. Loran has a moment of embarrassment when he remembers Neff being so savagely brutal to him.
I remember that.
Protect him.
I remember so vividly that moment. It was just so funny.
Ulster starts ushering everyone into a circle.
So we're all seated in a nice little trust circle. Shall I put the emotional heartwarming music on?
I don't know, up to you.
I'm doing it. So, you sit in your trust circle. Cass. Your friends are all around you. You can feel their presence. Shu is curled up behind you. Sort of just their front paws and their head sticking into the circle so they're still included. She is quite content.
Ulster's reclining slightly on her.
But you can tell, even though she seems comfy, she's still a little bit anxious. And also, I need you to roll me a new madness check. Same with Loran.
I forgot.
Emma, so Shu's next to Cass. Does she feel like she's sort of guarding the group against Cass, or is she like sort of there for Cass? Because there's two sort
Cass.
I think Cass isn't looking at anyone, but I think she's like got like her hand like gripped in Shu's fur.
Yeah. You can tell that the sort of like anxiousness that Shu is feeling is directed more towards
17.
Oh no, sorry, that's a 7.
7?
Yeah. It's directed more towards Ulster's hallucinations rather than anything else. What is it?
Oh no.
Do you want to text me? I have his madness sheet.
It's really bad.
No. Oh no.
I love everyone's collective.
Does the trust circle not even happen because something very bad
Brian breaks up and it's just like starts shooting everyone and Cass is like, I knew this day would come. I deserve it.
Maybe this is cursed. Maybe we should do a hexagon of trust instead.
Also, as you sit down, can I just check? It's this first one.
I was looking at the wrong sheet. Yes, it is the first one. That's much better.
Oh.
It's much better.
Oh, sexy.
I thought it was the combat one. I was like, no.
Ulster sits down in the trust circle and says, what's your line before you have this in the sheet?
Ulster's like, I'm so glad I gathered you all here today. Oh.
And then turns into a
tiny little cat.
Oh.
It's like,
oh.
I'm so glad I gathered you all here today.
Oh.
We have a prop!
He's sleeping, leave him. He's not there, he's sleeping.
If he makes his own decision to come down, I'll pick him up. And turns into a tiny little kitty. A little white ragdoll.
Yeah, he mews. And then he goes and sits in Loran's lap.
Turns into a lavender point.
He's shivering.
Shivering. Loran's like, oh. I see. Let me just see what happens to Loran.
I haven't had that one before.
Oh shit. It's
oh no.
Oh no!
Loran's like, well, I can tell this is going to be a great day. As Ulster is now incapacitated and unable to speak in cat form, I will lead the circle of trust. Who would like to start? Neff, I think you should go first.
I'm sorry, guys.
I trust all of you, I think.
Good. Why did you have that moment of doubt? Why did you say I think? Nev, what secrets do you hide?
I don't know if I trust myself.
Sarah's like, oh shit, gotta make some hot cocoa stat.
He gets out the mixer.
Yeah, a little mixer. Kettle.
I like the
Like the fire. Throw it into the fire!
No.
Oh.
Neff, you were handed some hot cocoa after a moment of panic.
Thank
You
you.
were all handed hot cocoa by Saraza.
Even Ulster.
Even Ulster, who was a cat, you just...
Lactose-free milk. Actually, yes. Wait, hang on. Kittens can have lactose, can't they? Anyway, unless he's just a small cat, small adult cat.
I think he's
In
a
which
small
case, she can have lactose.
He's still got his
Lactose-
humanoid digestion.
Yeah. He's a special cat.
He's special. He is shaking and he started nibbling Loran's sleeve.
Yes, this is normal.
Yeah, I think Cass will take the hot chocolate because this is like the first actual drink that she's had since she's possessed. Because,
Yeah.
like, yeah,
No
I don't.
food,
The
no
others
food.
don't know, but she wouldn't eat or drink the entire time she was possessed, and she was only going to survive her constitution plus her charisma modifier amount of days.
So, Cass would have been dead within, like, a week.
To be fair, her charisma's quite high. So is it +5?
So
or is
plus
it
5 plus your
20?
constitution.
Yeah, okay then. It would have been a week. She would
A
have
week,
survived
yeah.
a week.
Yeah.
And how many days in were we? Like 2?
Like
3?
2, 3.
Yeah.
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 And I know that normally you
Halfway
can survive longer than that, but when you're under these kind of extreme conditions, it's very different. Very different. But regardless, Cass, you feel this warm drink in your hands and you just cannot resist chugging it down. And Sarah's I think, and Lucas probably too, noticing how hungry and like how gaunt your face is, start rummaging around for food and rations in their bags. Does anybody have anything specific that they want to give to Cass? Something to eat or drink?
Can Sleep pull food from the my brain's like the abracadabra. Yeah, the
Abracadabra is cute. Abracadabras is what you're looking for. Yeah. So you have the abracadabras. Now, do you remember how it works?
Less than 1 gold piece worth of object can be taken from it.
Yes.
I wrote it down, I think.
That's fine. I
Would
sent
rations
it to you.
be
Yeah.
included in that? Like less than a gold worth of stuff?
Let me just get to my... I'm going to our conversation. Oh gosh.
Who gave it to us again? Or to you again?
I'll send it. Corbius did.
Obvious.
I've got it. I just need to here. Inventory notes.
Do you want to get the thermal cube going?
Yes.
Okay. So the room slowly warms up around you, and it is much, much more comfortable. And Cass, you feel kind of the extremeness of your hunger and your thirst just slowly beginning to dim, but it's still like a pang that's kind of ever present with you. And Cass, what are you pulling out of the abracadabra? Not Cass. Sleia, what are you doing with the abracadabras?
She was just gonna try and pull out, like some food and drink.
Okay, that's easy enough. You can pull out pretty much any food item that you like. Considering it's under a gold piece, you can get up to something quite fancy if you want to.
Probably less fancy and more like things that are going to be good, like high like protein, high fat content. Something that's going to help Cass recover.
You pull out 2 kinds of stew in big steel like cast iron pots. You pull out one which is a very beefy, full of potatoes, like vegetable stew. And then you peel out one which is like a very warm, sort of like honey sweetened porridge with just like kind of fruit and nuts like mixed in with it. And You can pass those around, whichever one you prefer. Sleia, you are also aware that you can pull out, potentially, every day, one magical item from this. Would you like to try?
Me as a player, yes, I want to try. Sleia, I don't want to like pull something that isn't like something we necessarily need.
Okay.
Does it change the effect of like when you pull things depending on what situation you're in? Because in a way, like if we're in a high tense situation, you might not want might not want to spend the time pulling a object from it. But then again, if the situation changes what you pull, then you might.
Yeah. So the caveat is you have to know that the item exists, and it can only be up to like the wondrous tag, or was it the rare tag, Sleia?
That one I
The
don't
rare tag.
The rare
remember.
Wondrous.
On D&D Beyond. So
Okay.
if it's a rare item or lower, you can, and you know it exists, you can try and pull it out. There is a DC.
Could I attempt to pull out maybe like an anti-possession charm?
Ooh, yes. Okay.
I don't know what the rarity on that.
Cass has drunk the potion, but do you want to have that as an extra?
Just an extra like kind of backup. Something that might help Cass feel better, but also help reassure the group, like, hey, we're not gonna have a repeat incident.
Yes. Okay. So,
Oh my god, we can go to this with Georgia.
ooh, okay. So, there is a chance that this will not work. I'm just going to open up the notes on my computer, my iPad. Actually, Anna, would you be able to share them would you be able to share the information in the group chat so I can pin it? Just if you have it to hand.
Which information? Oh, on the chest?
Yeah, just on the group chat, and I'll pin it.
All I wrote was that it was under 1 gold piece, and I happened to be listening to that one, and I think I remember hearing no wondrous items.
Yeah.
I didn't write any of that down. Unless I wrote it in a different document, probably not, but I can check.
That's okay. I've got it right here.
Bless you.
Thank you.
So, abracadabras. I'm just going to send it. Just so you guys can have this on hand. And then I'll explain to you, Sleia, the roll you need to make to get a magical item. Something that we've added on. Okay. So, an abracadabras is a wondrous item, very rare. Ornate gemstone chest, has 20 charges, and you can name one or more non-magical items worth blah 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 blah. You can read it. And the chest regains 1d20 expended charges daily at dawn. Okay? So, for the magical items, I'll need you to roll a DC. Oh my god, I want it. Anyway, I'll need you to roll a. Let's go for a wisdom check.
Okay.
Beating your spell save DC.
Wait. I have to roll against my own spell save DC.
Yes.
Okay.
Magic.
Oh. Discord just died for George.
Oh, okay. It's a wisdom save.
Okay. That's not like undoable. It's just that it's like Sleia's spell save DC is an 18.
Woohoo!
Can Bluey have done her brief foresight just to see what role could be perhaps spare?
Yeah, if you have any roles you need to do on a daily basis, or you want to prepare spells, now is the time to do it.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
You
won't need this, Alan. Yet again.
It's helpful to some degree.
Yep.
So, Slia is able to pull it because I rolled on the die an 18, and then my wisdom modifier is for a save is a plus 11. So
Very good.
Very nice.
So, Slia, please name the item you wish to pull out of the locket.
Deck of many things.
I already got that. I've whipped them out. Oh, I should have had evil cast. I should have had evil cast pull a card. Oh, that would have been fun.
I was like, no.
Wait, how many cards has Cass pulled total?
Cass pulled one.
Okay.
Anna pulled one. Cass got a castle and Anna lost everything.
Yeah. Cass Cass did well.
I think the way that it works is that basically you have to name how many cards in the entirety that you will ever pull from the deck. They don't have to be all pulled at the same time, but if you only say, I will pull one card from the deck, you can only forever pull one card from the deck.
Interesting.
The rest disappear. I have heard this, but you don't know these facts.
This is true.
It's legendary.
Yeah, Slia's anti-possession charm. Bloop.
Okay. Slia, you close.
Sure you don't want a Vorpal sword.
Mm.
You touch the closed lid of the chest, and at the same time as you pull out the stew and you pull out the porridge, just tucked away at the bottom, you see a little amulet, very similar to the ones that Zarina made for Ulster and for Loran. And you can pass that over to Cass. So Cass, let me just find you the item.
When you pass her the stew and the porridge, she'll start crying again, and she will start eating because she's hungry. She hasn't eaten for days, but she is going to be like, you shouldn't be doing this. It'd be better if I was not here.
Slia just takes Cass's hand, puts the little pendant in it, just in case. You deserve to be here.
Cass had already started crying again because of the being given just the food and stuff, and she sort of holds the locket and she puts it on. Obviously, she throws it away no.
It looks probably like the evil eye does, which is set in a very simple sort of silver. Oh no, the cast gold. Sort of a simple golden kind of plate.
I think she'd run her finger over the eye engraving and then sort of put it on and then reach up to touch her eyes. She's still not looked at any of you at any point. And she just sort of keeps crying and just says, I don't know if this will be enough. She's stronger than I am.
Everyone else looking at her, you notice that the Cass's second set of eyes have fully closed now, so they look almost like scars, kind of underneath her cheekbones.
I am a cat.
Meow.
Meow.
Meow. Hiss.
I mean, even if it helps. It helps, right?
I feel like she sort of looks over to Ulster, and it's the closest that she's looked over at anyone. And she's like, maybe I feel like Brian should be here for this. I guess he is, but he's not. I'm not sure I should stay.
Ulster meows. He's kind of hiding behind Loran's legs. He sounds displeased.
Loran says, I can translate that for you. He doesn't want you to go.
You see a little pair of fuzzy ears.
When Loran speaks, she like kind of physically flinches away from him. And
I was trying to summon him. Something that's a noise that only Cat could hear.
yeah, so when Loran speaks, she flinches away from him and she sort of it's like maybe what Bran wants isn't what's best for this time.
Loran sits back and just kind of crosses his legs. Are you still possessed? Pass.
Out of curiosity, can now she's got the before the anti-possession locket went on, like what could she feel? Because I feel like before there was always that presence there, especially if she looked in a mirror, so she could kind of feel that presence within her. What does she feel? What does she feel before the locket, like immediately after being anti-possessed, and what does she feel now?
Now, so before the locket, she felt that presence, like tinnitus in her ear. So it's very, very, very low, kind of like very constant, but it's not overwhelming. And now, with the anti-possession locket, it's just like a breath of fresh air and silence. And there's nothing that you can feel of her. There's only the physical. There's only the physical. Baz will be playing the role of Ulster.
Oh, his little face, like, why am I here?
Baz, you must stay. So, Cass, you can't feel her mentally, even if there's evidence of her physically.
I can't feel her anymore, but she's still there, and that makes me a risk to all of you. She would have let you all burn, and would have laughed while she did it. I don't know that I'm strong enough to stop her from coming back. I couldn't get through when she was in control, and a part of me didn't want to.
Cass. This isn't about you right now. It's about Ulster and Lucas, all of us. So, even if you feel like you can't be part of this team and you need an out, you can't leave. We made promises to each other coming in here. And I would take it as a personal insult if you left. That would hurt me more than anything you've done.
She gives a very small smile at that because she knows what Loran's doing. But basically the person you know as Cass, even though she's technically back, this isn't any version of Cass you've ever seen. She is completely broken. And whereas she's always been very confident in herself and very sort of assured, and even when she was doing something that was kind of sketchy, she was like, yeah, this is fine. I know what I'm doing. She is completely unsure and faking. I'll stay if you want me to stay. But even with the anti-possession locket, like, I know you knew Loran, but what if she comes through again and no one notices? She she did so much damage and she wanted to do so much more.
Ulster, myself, and you, we all made that potion. Made it together. Do you trust my abilities as a caster? As a magician?
Cass doesn't even hesitate. She just says yes.
Then again, I'll repeat what I said earlier. If you leave based on these feelings, I'll take it as a personal insult. You really doubt my magic that much? That potion will last you, at the very least, until the end of this trial. If not longer.
Promise me that if I do even the slightest thing that is
I'll kill you
out of...
and we'll bring you back.
Yes. I was going to say put me in the locket, but killing also works.
I'm not sure. We'll see if I can hold back in the day.
Cass gives like a little smile, but then like you can tell she's sort of smiling because she knows that that's what she would have done in the past. She doesn't actually feel it.
Ulster pops his head out and he taps his little feet, kind of indicating Cass, and then bows his head. And he looks like he's trying to say sorry. And then he like flaps his little arms like little wings, bows his head again, and then disappears.
Loran kind of just looks at Ulster and says, I think a more immediate comfort is needed. Excuse me. He picks you up.
He screams. He starts wriggling.
Ulster, Loran deposits you on Cass's lap.
He's like, you know how cats do that thing where they arch up really high?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm in the open, I am exposed, and immediately tries to find cover or somewhere on Cass's body.
Cass will sort of let you, and so can Cass interpret that what Brian was trying to communicate with his? Was he saying that he was sorry for hurting her? Is that what he was saying? I think
I was
Cass
just crazy back then.
I was so insane. That's great time. I think Cass would sort of lean down and say it. I mean, everyone's around, so she's not necessarily trying to make it so that no one can hear, but she's basically saying this for Brian's ears, if that makes sense. But if anyone wanted to hear, they really could.
Yeah.
But she sort of whispers into sort of Brian's ear.
Addressing like, Brian.
Yes,
Brian.
Addressing Brian. Brian, darling. She basically whispers like, I wanted you to kill me.
Ulster lets out a pitiful meow. And he bows his head like, no. Ready to kill you? No. Can I roll for cuteness?
Roll me a charisma check with advantage because you're a cat. Cats are
17.
Cass is automatically
see how well that works, Cass.
It automatically fails. Cass is like, this is the cutest thing Cass has ever seen. But yeah, she says that, and then she sort of like lets Brian sort of be on her, but she's not really. In the past, she probably would have been like, "Oh, look, a little Brian, so cute," and like snuggling. But she's sort of holding him close, but it's like she's not really there.
Also, he's not trying to snuggle anyone. He's more just trying to find cover. So if Cass is sitting like cross-legged, he would like nestle under the hook of her knee.
Yeah. I would say she sat cross-legged.
Yeah. So he's like made a little mochi ball under her knee.
No.
I think Cass has got like a hand on him.
Oh, sorry, he was being annoying.
Yeah, I think Cass has got like a hand on him, like she's got a hand on Shu, but she's kind of not really there.
She's just like,
and she's still not looked at anyone.
So,
Bluey would sort of like look around and sort of say, is the circle of trust still happening? Is it? Are we
Yes.
still?
Lucas says, I think this is a very trusting, comforting environment. So you can say whatever is on your mind.
She's going to look at Loran. She's going to look at Loran and say, okay, you say if this happens next time, then we'll kill her. But actually?
No, not actually, but it was more the sentiment, considering she almost killed me.
A vague threat is no one's friend.
So what'd you say, Aylin?
I said a vague threat is no one's friend.
I don't need friends.
Not at all.
When Loran says that, Ulster pokes his head out and yowls again.
I need underlings, unpaid interns.
Ulster jumps out and starts running in circles.
And Ulster game on Hay.
He goes over to Saraza, headbutts him, goes over to everyone in turn, headbutts them, and then faces Loran.
Leah just like sends some like little like thaumaturgy sparkles over it. Loran like, okay, sure, buddy.
Loran is like, don't worry, I know how to fix this. He pulls out a long length of ribbon and starts wigging it in front of Ulster.
Ulster is immediately preoccupied.
Guys, I've been through intense mental trauma today.
He's doing this while shaking the ribbon.
Let me live, okay. Anyway. All good?
Loran puts his hand a little bit too low and also jumps on it. He's holding on.
Okay. Neff, do you have anything you want to say?
Can Neff headbutt back?
Yes.
Calls out.
Right, nuts Brian in the head.
So, you guys are all headbutting each other. Loran is playing with Ulster, like with a ribbon. Sleer's making sparkle over Loran's head. It's all a bit chaotic. And you kind of blink, and then you all look over sort of in unison as Alabek's entire team is just kind of watching you like,
is this some kind of training strategy?
They almost look like they're trying to take notes. Like,
there's breakfast if you would like anything.
For us, this would be more of a midnight snack, Indira says. And she...
There's a midnight snack if you would like something.
Crawls over and starts eating stew. And just, like, lying on her belly. Am I interrupting something?
Also just hanging off Loran's arm and swinging.
Just the circle of trust if you would care to join in.
Cass has taken a bowl and has retreated from the circle of trust. She's now behind Shu, basically hiding.
Oh, okay. Bye. I'll take her space then. Indira goes and sits. So what are we talking about today?
What's going on in this thread, guys?
What's going on over here?
You know, death, murder, betrayal, the usual. By the way, whenever I sound light-hearted and smiley, this is Georgia speaking. Cass is like, not like this at all right now.
Yeah.
Also crawls up Loran's arm to sit on his head.
Okay.
I have the high ground.
Loran stands up. Oh, are you all leaving the trust circle now?
Are we? What?
Oh, okay.
We do have additional trials to complete.
That's fine. I'll take watch whilst they sleep a bit more. Sleep more. And she calls over to her team. And they all kind of like slowly, slightly reluctant to keep their eyes off you, considering how bizarre it is to watch what's happening. They all sort of fall back into sleep.
Also starts securing Loran's braid.
Indira says, well, I'll take the watch and eat as much of this stew as I can fit in my belly.
Feel free to take the rest. I'm sure that the rest of your party could use a hot meal.
So you guys stand up bid goodbye to Alibek's team, goodbye to the Trust Circle. Is there anything else you guys want to say before you move on to your next trial?
Where did the rest of us go? Like looking at Neff and Loran, and then everyone else.
Loran is standing up with Ulster on his head, and Cass is hiding behind Shu, and the rest of you are probably still there.
I mean, if two people are meant to enter in, are we meant to kind of watch?
Ulster yowls again.
Loran just says, I mean, that's how it was last time.
Bluey takes a deep breath, just thinking.
Ulster has secured himself to the top of Loran's head, and it's like he's intending to come in like that.
And a trickle of blood just on one side of Loran's cheek.
Actually,
Loran looks over. Go on, Cass.
Sorry, before we start, I just realised that it's now been quite a considerable length of time since she cast a lot of those rituals.
Yeah. Do you want to do rituals?
It's hard because I feel like she's actually doesn't really want to cast any spell at all, but she's going to sort of get over that, and she's going to cast a couple of rituals before we sort of do anything, just to make sure that we can, have all the things prepped that we might need to.
Mm.
Also, speaking of spells, Sia had cast Aid on everybody that's in the chat, so basically the non-tanky boys.
So, you cast Aid. Cass, you can do any of the rituals you feel like Cass would prepare. Just message me to let me know which ones.
Mm-hmm.
Or just let me know when you're ready. And the rest of you prepare for the dexterity trial. So, Loran looks over at you, Neff, and just says, it's us. Also.
Wait, say again, you cut out.
It's us, essentially.
It's us.
You and me.
Yes.
Yes. Loran pats Ulster, just like trying to comfort him.
He's like, no, I am staying here.
Any ideas?
Regarding what?
What might happen?
Oh,
Strategy.
we will thrive and survive and come out on top of whatever challenges face us, I think.
Okay.
We're an unstoppable force. Or an immovable
take...
object, one of the two.
Okay. So, Neff, I don't know if you know that much about Tao Shiri, but we're basically cats. So,
Also blinks.
Okay, can I insight check the word basically there? Or
Yeah.
intelligence check it or something? Wisdom check maybe?
Okay.
Which one do you want me to roll?
I'm a helmet. I don't care. Take me with you.
Mm-hmm.
Not 20. Okay.
20. Okay. Basically, when he says that, he's kind of resigning himself to the fact that he's giving in to what Ulster has been saying about him from the very beginning. He is a cat fairy. But essentially, from what you know about Tao Shiri, where the Feywild has sort of different aspects of creature to it, the Tao Shiri embody a lot of the wild of the Feywild.
Okay.
Kind of a bit of daring, a bit of mischief, acrobatics, a bit more savage, a bit more feral than their sort of dainty, sort of fairy fey, elven counterparts who live there, who are a lot more like elves, as in Tolkien's logic of them. Regardless of their personality, we all know there are horrible people amongst them, but in terms of their culture and sort of their sort of nurturing and the places that they live and the communities they keep. So Tao Shiri, they have a lot of racial abilities that sort of lend themselves to climbing, living in woodland, living
cat-like abilities.
Life on the edge. Yeah. What did you say? Sorry, Ness?
No, I was saying cat-like abilities. I get you.
Yeah. So, Loran just sort of steps aside and he says, right, so, Neff, before we start this, personally, I would like to just see what you can do.
Okay.
Tell me what you do.
What you're working with?
What do you want to see? I don't know. I'm just...
I mean, you can describe to me anything that can come under a acrobatics check or a dexterity check.
Okay, well, as you know, I've been training some of my monk powers now. So if I can run kind of a bit faster, a little bit. Even though I'm small and my legs aren't very long, I can move him with great agility.
Okay.
In fact, race me right now.
What? Race? Okay. So...
On foot.
From where to where?
From here to... Is there anything in the distance that I can pick as a target?
There is a little rock that's just kind of poking up out of the ground.
To that...
Little, like, ice.
To that small rock over there.
Okay. It's about maybe 50 feet away.
Okay.
Maybe 60. So let's say 60 feet.
Okay.
Okay. Loran says, okay.
Alright, let us both dash.
Shall we
Upon
make
the
this
count of
fair?
3.
Uh-huh.
I shall
Like
count
2 flags, like...
Okay, Blue, you stand in the middle. You raise the flags. On the count of 3. Right. 1, 2, 3. So,
What
Nef,
are
are
you
you
gonna
going
do?
to dash?
Yeah, she will use a dash, so she'll be able to move 70 feet this turn.
Okay.
Jesus.
You move 70 feet. And when you arrive at the finish line, Loran says, very good.
Thank you! How did you get here?
I misty stepped.
Oh.
Yes.
But did you see me run? I ran quite fast.
In the brief time that I was on this material plane, yes. On this immaterial plane.
So I can... I can do that. Now.
Great. I like it. Now, can you climb up there? And Loran points to the top of a croppy out, like kind of crag on the side of the outcropping on the side of the mountain face.
Why, of course I can. And Neff will give it an attempt.
Okay, so I need you to make me a dexterity check,
Okay.
if you will.
Since I'm a monk, could I do it with advantage or no? She did some tree climbing when she was training with Sarah a little while ago. She was, you know...
You can... So it's ice.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can do it straight, and depending on how well you do on this roll, we'll see if you get advantage on the next.
Fine. I won't do it straight, but I'll do it gay.
Nice and gay.
And it's
I'll do it gay.
a dexterity check, did you say?
Yes.
Okay, it's a 16.
16. Okay.
16.
You don't fall.
That's good.
You are a bit careful. You're a bit cautious as you go. But you are able to sort of like secure yourself onto the ice. You kind of like, before you go up, you sort of like wrap like these sort of like climbing spikes around your hand and sort of secure them in place just to give you a bit of extra grip.
Wait, I have climbing spikes? Oh my god, okay, I'm adding this to my inventory. Cool.
Sure, I reckon you can have something like that.
Alright, sweet. Thank you. Climbing spikes. Alright, do those give me any advantages or anything like that?
They make it so that you're not at disadvantage.
Okay. Alright.
But they're just very easy fashioned. It's just studs from studded leather armor within, like, kind of just like pushed through any belt or piece of leather that you have. You can just
Haha.
and you kind of like pull yourself up to the top.
Mhm.
And when you arrive, Loran is kind of just like sitting up there waiting for you, like, very good. I'm impressed, actually, Neff.
Thank you. Did you miss to step up here again?
No, I just climbed very.
How did you climb so fast?
I am a cat man.
Oh.
I'll admit it here now freely, where the others cannot hear us.
I like to think that Ulster's been on Loran's head this entire time.
Yes. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I will save you if something was to go wrong. I promise.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll obviously try to save both of you as well if anything happens.
Both? Oh. Picks Ulster up off his head. Gives him a kiss. Okay. And he swaddles him into one of his like layers so that he's like wrapped against him.
He attaches.
Oh, ow, I'm fine. Right, let's get back down. And Loran just starts sliding down the ice, pretty easy.
And Neff will carefully climb back down.
Okay, Neff, you can make this check with advantage if you like.
Oh yeah. Alright.
Oh yeah.
So that's either very bad or
It's very good.
oh very good. It's a dirty 20.
20. You're able to come down much faster. You're not quite keeping pace with Loran, considering he's been doing this all his life. But you're very fast. You're very quickly picking this up.
Okay.
So, Neff,
Yes.
when you reach the ground, everybody waiting for you, you can tell that the glow around them is getting sort of stronger as they move towards these sort of like the edge of this icy platform. And I'm going to describe to you guys again what you see here so that you have a bit of understanding. So, on this platform, just ahead of you, you see a wall of fog with I said platform, I'm going to say it again. You're on like a shelf, like a cliff face, right? Crocky, like kind of like crocky is not a word. A sort of like outcropping, like icy cliff face, just flat. And there's like a drop on the other side. Ahead of you is just a foggy kind of like wall, which seems to be swirling. It's very windy. And then on the sort of edge of that cliff face, you see 3 platforms. Each of them look very similar at first glance, except when you try and approach, if anybody who is not Loran or Neff tries to approach, you notice that you are stopped about 5 feet. You can't go any further. Neff, not Neff, it's Leah. I'm sorry that I'm not articulating very well today.
That's so good.
I don't know.
Does that mean that essentially Ulster is ejected from Loran's head?
Yes. Well,
He's in the burrito.
walking and Ulster slowly gets like hanging off the back of his clothes, like. And Loran notices before he goes any further and sort of goes back and sort of holds onto Ulster, puts him back on his head. So I won't say ejected; it's too strong.
Can I come in?
Yeah. What are you in?
Can I come into the trial?
Oh no, you can't.
No!
I apologize.
Why?
So I'll explain what I said to everyone else. You're on that cliff face, and there's 3 platforms. You guys can go up to about 5 feet within the platform before you are pushed away.
Also starts screaming and yowling. Yep, exactly. He's like,
I know what that looks like.
he's so unhappy.
Loran is just like giving him, like holding him, like it's fine. It's fine.
Before they go in, Ulster in desperation transforms back, grabs Loran and casts Cat's Grace on him.
Okay.
Desperation.
Are you going to do Longstrider on Neff?
Yes, he'll do both.
Okay, so
Are they
Neff,
either of them
you are-
concentration spells?
I don't think Longstrider is, but let me check.
Okay.
Thank you, Cass.
Longstrider is not concentration.
Okay.
let me just get that up for you.
Moran is...
Neff, I'm going to send you the Longstrider information.
Thank you.
So for an hour, Loran has advantage on dexterity checks and doesn't take damage from falling 20 feet or less. Isn't incapacitated.
Put it in the snooty.
Even as a human, he's scrabbling at the wall.
I Facebooked you the information of Longstrider, Neff.
Thank you.
So, gathered on the edge of this sort of like icy cliff face, Loran, like, whilst you're in your human form, pulls you in for a kiss.
Also tries to hold on to him.
I'll be right back, I promise. Zoran smiles and then just gets a lock of his hair and just chops it at the end and passes it over.
It vanishes somewhere in Ulster's person. You get the impression he has a lot of these.
Yeah. This one's more of a tether. Neff, is there anything you want to say before the trial begins?
She's gonna clasp her hands together.
Sarazo comes up behind you and just kind of like
Ah!
squeezes you. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I did not mean to stop.
Sarah's
you.
ears too quiet.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to give you a fatherly hug.
Oh, okay.
He pulls you into a hug.
Thank you.
You've got this.
She'll hug him back. Thank you. We've all got this, I think.
Very quickly before I forget, as they're going in, also remember very quickly and turn to Cass and Saraza and say, the strength spell's apparently going to hurt.
Ash just nods. And then she sort of like peeks out from behind Shu and just says like quite quietly like good luck to Loran and Neff.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Please come back.
I think we would want to hug Neff and Loran and sort of like pat on the back.
Scoops them. You know who Blue reminds me of? Scorpia from She-Ra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh my god! Every time we watch that fucking show, I'm like, oh, I love her. So funny. Oh my god. Oh, yep. All right. Yep.
I love the episode where it's Hannah and Adora in the fright zone and they have to like help
Yeah.
each other escape and like figure out what's going on. It's so good. I'm so glad we watched that like all the way through. Yeah.
I've not finished it
I
yet.
love you. I always have. So please, just once.
It's too much. It's too much.
Fuck, does she say that? Oh my god.
It's so like so gay.
It's literally a lesbian kiss that saves the whole world.
Yeah. Saved my life.
Saved my life too.
Saved my life. So, as you choose your two participants, the ground kind of like quivers slightly, and you have to sort of instinctually take a step back, giving yourselves sort of a separation between Neff and Loran and the rest of the party. Neff,
Yes.
I'm going to address this to you, mostly considering you're the only PC involved. But Loran is also there and is going to be participating alongside you.
Mhm.
So, now, from your vantage point, you and Loran can see these three platforms. They seem to be the only way forwards
Okay.
at the moment. So, what do you do?
Survival check. I want to see if these platforms are real, if they're traps. I don't know. Just want to make sure these are the right way to go. And then maybe I'll rely on Loran to check the rest of the area.
Okay. So, you pick, there's three. Which one do you choose? First, second, or third?
I'll try the... Is there like a middle one? Or is there...
Yeah, the second one.
Alright, I would like to inspect the middle one with my survival.
Okay. So, make me a survival check, please.
Okay, it's not the greatest survival check. It's an 11.
Okay.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Gesundheit.
Bless you.
With an 11, this seems to be a tiny bit narrower than the bridge to the left of it, but wider than the bridge to the right. You cannot see ahead of you too far, but you can see the shape of the bridge kind of through the fog. Like, have you ever seen Jurassic Park when they go into the apiary?
A long time ago, but I can't remember it very well.
Yeah. So there's a scene where they go into the apiary and it's incredibly misty, and you can just about see the shape of the bridge.
Okay.
Nothing really.
It's like a fog almost.
Well, I've given it away now, but as you step on these platforms, you do see that in fact this is actually a bridge that you're walking on.
I'll relay this information to Loran as well.
Loran goes first to the one on the left of you, which is the widest one, and sort of calls over, sort of being able to just about see each other, the sort of outlines. He just says, yes, this is also a bridge. I'll check the third one.
Okay.
Remind you guys
can
can communicate telepathically as well, just so you know.
Okay, then he would probably just do it now.
This one is also a bridge.
This one is also a bridge. Loran moves to the other side and goes to the third bridge. And Neff, you see him kind of like look down at it and look at the third one and just kind of like take a step onto it. And then very quickly he disappears into the fog. And for everyone else, you see Loran disappearing into the fog as well, quicker than he had on any of the other bridges.
Also looks like he's having a heart attack.
Sarazor is holding you very tightly and just like making sure you don't faint. The smelling salts are ready. He passes them to Bluey and Sleer just to say keep.
Did Loran disappear in any particular direction, or was he engulfed by like just the mist?
Forwards.
Okay, I'll hop into the. Okay, I'll hop into the third one as well. I gotta go behind Loran.
Okay. So, you step onto the third bridge, and you feel. Let me just scroll down. So, you can see ahead of you that this bridge, although it starts off straight, it very quickly kind of like tips to the side so that you're walking on a diagonal. It is not flat at all. And considering, actually, as you go, that this bridge is made of what looks like a very fine, smooth glass, it is incredibly difficult to keep your balance on here. So I need you to make me a dexterity check with advantage, considering the practice you did around before you make it across.
Oh, both of those are really bad. With advantage, it's 7.
Oh, it's 7? Jesus Christ. So, Neff, you kind of like start walking across this bridge and you kind of immediately wobble and you're like, whoa! And you sort of like slip and you're like kind of holding onto the diagonal of the bridge and you just feel something grab your scruff and pull you up. And you see Loran just kind of hanging off the wall beside of you. And I'll explain the scene in a second. And he's pulled you up off of the ground before you could slip and fall.
Thanks.
Tangling.
Do better.
I'll try.
I know you will. Neff, dangling here, what you see is where that sort of bridge tipped. It sort of like has moved and merged to the ice, like kind of like wall, where you're being sort of like surrounded by mountains on either side of you.
Okay.
And here, rather than walking across the bridge, it appears you'll need to climb. And you look down, kind of where the bridge kind of morphed into the mountainside. There is still a very clear path, but there is that sort of like foggy drop that you don't know where it disappears to beside you.
Okay.
And you kind of like have to like move across, like almost like bouldering to get across this bridge.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, Neff?
Yes.
How do you cross this bridge? This point, yeah.
With vigor and many dexterity checks. I think she'll just sort of be cautious. She won't go too fast, but she's just climbing. She's done some climbing before. She did it in front of Loran. She's going to do that and follow the path as much as she can.
Okay. That is exactly what Loran is doing for you. You see, Loran is testing the ice with each of his, like, with every step. And it's kind of has his, like, claws out. So much of his fingers are almost taloned. And he's digging them into the ice. And he's, like, propelling himself over, leading a path for you. And in fact, where his fingers dig in, you can see he is creating holds for you to go through. So, Neff, I would like you to make me another dexterity check. Because you failed the previous one, you'll just be doing this one straight up.
Okay. Oh my god, that's even worse. It's a 5.
5? Oh my god. Okay. So, Neff, you are a halfling. Loran is definitely not. And you kind of overreach and you try to Well, here's the thing. You try too hard to go too far, and in the end, it doesn't really matter. But Neff, you slip again, and you feel this time your hands just become unseated, and you are, for a moment, just suspended completely by your feet, standing freely with this sort of vertical climbing wall ahead of you, and this drop behind. And you have to, like, kind of helicopter your arms, and you hear Loran kind of, like, scrabbling, like, trying to make his way back on the ice. He's not too far ahead of you, but I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, I'm like trying to Looney Tunes my way back onto the wall. Whoa! Yeah. Alright. Saving throw. Oh, it's an actual 20! Let's go!
You helicopter. You're almost flying, you're helicoptering so hard. And you connect to the ice. And Loran is like, Neff, are you good at this?
Of course. It's in different ways.
Stroke of bad luck.
I think I'm unlucky when it comes to climbing, but I think I have luck when it comes to helicoptering myself back to the wall.
Loran says, if we make it to the other side, we can investigate the other bridges, maybe, to see what we would have had instead.
Imagine if it was just a really easy rope bridge.
Well, you know what they say? Bridges that are hard to cross... I actually don't think that's a phrase.
Do you want to go back?
No.
You want to choose this one?
Yes.
You want to keep trying?
Mm-hmm.
I think it might be wise to...
Loran, if you're scared, it's okay, you can tell me.
Jesus Christ. Who is that? I don't know. Sylvanus in heaven. I have never been insulted this much in my life. Neff, I'm giving you a chance to go back. Yes or no?
Heck no. We're adventurers. We've conquered far greater foes and fears than this stinky old bridge. Or wall.
Neff, I worry that we'll get halfway across this and we'll be too far to turn back and you'll get stuck here. Are you sure you can do this?
Yes. I've never been more sure of anything in my entire halfling-sized life.
And Neff, just reiterating.
Which you got because you fell.
Neff.
Yes.
Just so you're aware.
Mm-hmm.
I would not judge you if you changed your mind.
And I wouldn't, and I nor you, I don't know how to phrase that. I wouldn't judge you either if you really wanted to get back.
Alright. Let's stick with this one and see what happens.
I like the sound of that. To adventure!
The energy I'm getting off Emma is not good now.
So, the wall begins to go up higher and higher. You have to follow this path, and because you managed to make it this far, struggling as you were, but with Loran's help, you don't necessarily have to make another check here. The fog is still very dense, and even though whilst you were on the sort of like cliff face, there was that like turbulent wind. Out here, it's very still.
Okay.
Everybody else, you can sort of feel the stillness in the air, almost like you're at the eye of the storm, and it's a tension that kind of rolls over your shoulders, and it gives you sort of like electric shocks. And you're kind of tight in your shoulders, and Allstair, you're just beside yourself, I'm assuming.
He's passed out like 4 times.
Are they back? Are you sure?
It's exactly like that.
Yeah. Are you a cat again, or are you still?
No, he's still a person.
Just keep bringing him back with the smelling salts.
Yeah. Eventually, Cyrus will just like leave him.
Just let him be. It's better this way. Neff.
Yes.
Do you know what an overhang is?
Yeah, it's like a little protrusion that comes out.
Loran looks at the overhang and looks at you and just says, right, so let's just do this. And he stops. He's kind of like hanging from the wall, like very, very tense in one arm, supporting most of his body weight as he reaches around his waist and just pulls out like his sash.
Mhm.
And he looks sort of like you up and down. Neff, what are you wearing?
I'm wearing a cute little cottagecore dress. It's probably not appropriate attire for this climbing expedition, but she looks fabulous. So if she falls to her doom, at least she'll look good doing it. That's my philosophy.
Okay.
Loran looks at you and says, "Right," and just kind of like rummages and.
I look
off
like
his
I'm
belt.
about to deliver like a basket full of cookies to Grandma.
Yeah, this is like Red Riding Hood meets Kiki's delivery service. He tightens the belt, just kind of like as best as he can with one hand, and he just says, I'll need you to make this as secure as possible to your frills.
Oh, okay. I can just tie it around my waist if you like.
That's fine. And you tie the sort of like his sort of like sash between you, and he says, this is incredibly crude, but I'm not going to use magic just because I feel like that would be beside the point. If you do fall, I will stop you falling.
That's okay. I'm sure that Jibakari will look over us.
In death.
In death do us part. Anyway, so Loran just says, I am not strong. Please do not fall off the wall. And he...
Don't worry, I'm light.
And Loran starts climbing the overhang. And you see him just kind of like pausing very, very slowly. Every single like bone in his hands has like crunched and twisted and extended into something inhuman. And
Crunchy.
they're just
Sexy.
yeah. It's almost like he's got his nails have like taloned so long
Salad
that it's
fingers.
almost like he's got an extra twist in his finger that he's using to kind of like grip the ice. His feet, you feel like if they weren't contained by their shoes, would have haunched enough that he would be able to sort of like kind of like twist and climb like on all fours. But at this point he is just using his hands and he is climbing, and there is a point where you just watch as he moves one foot and lets it just drop down on the overhang, and he is suspended purely by the placement of his hands and the tension in his shoulders. Neff, can you make me a dexterity check, please?
Yes.
I'll give you advantage because you're being held by Loran.
And I got a nat 20 before, right? Surely that carries some momentum.
You got a nat 20 before. Yes, that's true. Okay. But you got a nat 20 saving yourself. So...
Yeah,
see.
true. Okay, that's not a very good roll, and then that's way worse. So that means I get a 13.
13. Neff?
I wasn't laughing at Neff. Something just came off my phone. I'm sorry.
Is this an acrobatics roll or is it just dexterity
It's just
modifier?
dex checks.
Okay.
It'd be acrobatics if you were describing... But what Loran is doing is more acrobatics. Neff just climbing is more dexterity. If you want to do something a bit more based in acrobatics...
Could I utilize maybe... If I'm looking at the cliff that we're climbing, could I utilize maybe my wisdom to see if I would be like, oh yes, from what I've read in my bouldering books that I've read at some point, can I just
like a survival kind of check?
Survival would be the only thing I'd allow.
Okay, yeah, survival could work. I mean, it's better than my dexterity.
What is your dexterity, Neff?
+2.
Anyway, please continue. You have your moment. That's what's important.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, she rolled a 13 on the dex check.
Okay. 13. Neff, you move towards the overhang. You feel confident with all of your limbs connected to the ice. But when it comes to that point where you need to just thrust, the ice in your hands will hold you, you freeze up. You have one leg dangling off and you see just like the fog beneath you. And I just want you to make me a wisdom check, please.
Okay. Alright, I can do a wisdom check. Just a wisdom check?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's a bad roll. That's a 9.
9. Neff, if you move, you're gonna fall. You're
Alright, if I move,
absolutely
I'm gonna fall.
No, you're not. I'm tied to you. You'll be fine.
But then maybe you'll fall.
No, I will save us if we fall. Okay.
Okay.
Just move, Neff.
Hold
It's
on.
okay.
Wait. I need to put something on to give myself a bit of courage.
What are you doing?
I need to equip something so that I have a bit more courage to get through here.
What are you doing?
I'm equipping my beard of disguise.
What
Oh,
did you turn into?
I want to turn into like a surly mountain climber.
Okay.
Somebody that looks like they've had 150 years of mountain climbing under their belt and their beard.
That's quite funny. Okay.
And she's just gonna talk to herself like, I've seen many an overhang like this in my climbing career. This is no big deal for me. Nathaniel.
Loran kind of looks at you and is like, what? If this is what you need, I will not judge you. Nefel Karadamanyazar, or is that what you want me to call you? What's your name now?
I'm Nathaniel now. For this disguise.
Good, yeah. That's pretty good. Nathaniel. So, Nathaniel, will you please get the fuck over here?
Why, of course, my dear fellow mountain climber. Alright, I'm gonna move over there. Do I roll again?
I'll let you have advantage.
Okay. Oh, please, dice, come on, man. Oh, it's not too bad. And... okay, that one's kind of bad. But the good one, out of the advantage roll, was... an 18 on dexterity check.
Okay. Neff, you let yourself drop. Oh, he's here. He just opened the door.
Nice. Oh, hello.
You want the crisp?
Fuzzy.
No.
Oh, the baby.
The baby.
You have to go back.
Let me just put the cat back.
It's because we've got crisps and he wants to eat them.
Oh.
I apologise, baby boy. Now,
Yeah.
you release your feet from the ice and you are just hanging on this one part where it is only overcrop.
No. Just pull the trap. He knows how to open that door specifically.
We're not going to let him. Neff,
Yes.
as you release, you are able to hold your weight and you begin to move across. Pulled somewhat by Loran, but with enough time that you're able to steadily move. Now, I just want to see if it's possible for him. Neff, as you... I'm just seeing it slowly open from
It's horrifying. His little paw just sticks out.
Oh no! As you move across, there is a part where the ice splits wide enough that you cannot reach with your arms, and you watch as Loran swings himself, and he's just about to jump when he realizes, oh shit, we're connected, and he reaches down with his hand and he slashes the cord that's tied you together. And he just says, we can't go together here. You have to trust yourself.
Of course.
No! He's spitting it out!
No. What are you doing?
And Loran at that point does like a karate kick. And latches his foot in the ice. And then pushes with one arm and throws himself to the other side.
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing this?
Strong.
This is such a game!
It's because there's food.
Uh-huh.
He's trying extra hard.
Mm. No.
Mhm.
You need to recreate this move. So,
Okay.
please make me a dexterity check. If you can convince me to give you advantage, I will.
I don't think she would be able to. I don't think she would be able to do this with advantage, given the circumstances. So I'll just roll it straight.
You've done this countless times before.
Oh no.
Just gonna hope that it goes well.
Oh, yeah.
Neff, would you like to borrow someone else's dice?
You opened the door.
I trust my die. Through thick and thin, we roll together.
Oh.
And it's not too bad. It's a 16.
16.
This is like gambling.
No.
He's bashed his way out.
No.
Yeah.
Just let him be. You copy around, swinging back and forth. On the other side of this sort of gap, you see Loran is waiting for you, having found a simpler, much easier resting point. And you know that if you can just make it across this jump, then the other side would be relatively easy.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Now, with a 16, you kick your leg forwards and it slips. And you realise, considering your halfling height, you can't make it as far as Loran does.
Oh.
And your leg just falls back. But the momentum of that kick, the first kick, thinking you would get there, missing and swinging all the way back, carries you up, and you lose grip on your hands. But with throwing all caution to the wind, you just push. And there is a moment where you are free-falling, mid-air, removed from the ice. And Loran is like, shit! And then you connect to it. You connect to it again, and you are able to.
Nathaniel survives another day.
Nathaniel does in fact survive another day, and somehow Neff does too. I won't make you roll for this last bit because you've already proven that you can make it across the first sort of style of this bridge. But you managed to make it to the other side, and where you find there is a platform not dissimilar to your own. And sorry, not your own, to the first one you started on. And when you pause there, Loran says,
He's taking his collar off again.
How?
Come here.
How do we get the others across, do you think? At which point, everybody else, from the other side of the bridges, you feel the ground tremor again. As it tremors, you see the first bridge begin to cave in, buckle.
Oh god.
You see the second bridge begin to cave in and buckle. The third remains intact. As this tremor happens, there is a wave, a strong brush of wind, which pushes the fog back so far that it exposes this, almost the entirety of this sort of arena, for lack of a better word. As you feel this surge of wind, it comes with it, Sleer, a feeling that you distinctly recognise as all of the arcana is sucked from the air. An anti-magic field, perhaps.
Oh.
The wind pushes away the clouds to reveal a fairly large drop, at the bottom of which is a storm. A storm cloud which rages thick and heavy, as intensely as any creature might, almost dragonesque in its ferocity. Lightning bounces off the walls. Wind thrusts icicles from the ground like debris, like projectiles. They cut through the air. And the two bridges on the left. The first one, which is by far the longest bridge, which is wide and sturdy, stretching almost triple the length of the third bridge, but entirely flat, cracks and crumbles into the ice. The middle bridge, which is thin and short, not quite as short as the third one, but, not as long as the first one, with a set of stairs at the end which are missing a few steps, with zigzags across it filled with uncomfortable, difficult terrain, cracking at points, almost entirely glass-like at others that you can't see where you're stepping, cracks and collapses, leaving only, from your eyes, from your vantage point, this monster of a bridge, this climbing wall which is short, but Saraza, I think, Bluey, especially you two, feel quite yourselves quaking as you imagine, how did they ever cross this? And then you see Loran and Neff on the other side. And Loran just watches dumbstruck as those other two bridges fall. And he looks over at all of you. And my friends, it's so lucky. You have no longer got that 5-foot resistance approaching the bridge. You can freely walk up to it if you like now.
Ulster resurrects and immediately runs up.
Now,
This is to the third bridge, which is uncollapsed, which does a tough little change of angle where you actually have to climb it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, there's no more food.
Loran, seeing what you're doing, Ulster, and yes, Louis, seeing what you're doing through the through the air, because the mind message does not work at this point, shouts, "No! Can you fly, Ulster?"
Oh. Also gets out the magic carpet. Yes.
You get out the magic carpet?
Yeah.
It's just a limp piece of fabric.
No.
There's a anti-magic field, it seems like.
Loran just holds up his hands. Wait there! I'm coming to you!
But you already did the trial.
That's not how it works. I think this is the trial.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. And if anybody wants to figure out what's going on, I'll let you make an intelligence check.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes, please.
Oh, yes, please.
15. No, 13 plus. Nice, I was mistaken because 13 plus. I think it's plus 3.
We rolled on the same die.
Ooh, nice.
Basil's
Oh, fuck.
Let me just see.
This is so tense. I am. I had a tea without caffeine, but I feel like I need negative caffeine or something.
So, who is making an intelligence check? Also?
Me.
Okay.
19.
And Slia?
15.
Okay. You realise that this trial is not meant for two. It's for you all.
Great.
The participant is given a chance to test each bridge without seeing their surroundings. Once the choice is made, the fog recedes. And of course, you must cross successfully by leading your whole party safely across the bridge you chose, using no magic.
So we all have to get across that bridge.
We'll have to cross that bridge.
Fucking kidding me.
Using no magic.
No.
No magic. All of us are like, what the fuck? That's all we've got. We have got
Are you
shoes.
able? You can fly. It's not magic.
She can fly. It's not magic. Do you want to take her across?
He'll test it, I think.
Okay.
He said to you, can you fly up, assuming?
Shoo. As she launches herself up in the air, you feel as she crests over the edge and starts flying, that wind begins to turbulent and pick up again, and her course is incredibly altered and difficult to move.
Can she get herself?
So she'll need to make a dexterity saving throw, please. As
Pretty good. It's a 19 plus. I'll just get her stats. $21.
Okay. So, as she moves through the air, she takes 21 points of lightning damage as the storm picks up around her, tosses her to the side. She manages to fly, but she is struck in the chest by a bolt.
Okay. Does she make it across?
She has to make one more check before she can get the whole way, I think.
Okay, well, she can't climb, so she's going to have to do that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my hair is bizarre, suddenly.
It's going to be not as good. It's going to be
13. She takes 13 points of lightning damage as she's buffeted back and she's only able to make a small amount of progress. On this third and final dexterity check, you see Loran reaches out a hand and he just says, "Shoo, come here. I'm waiting for you. I have treats." Courage, even. Trying to sort of coax her across the best he can without using magic.
Yeah.
Bluey definitely has courage. Is that right?
Encouraging.
She's
She's super keen to get there and encourage.
I think she's super keen to get there and encourage. That does hold up. Just for this specific instance, I'll let you have it. And Bluey, you're like, what?
Natural 20.
There you go. Bluey, you're like, and you feel your neck, and Courage is like, ah! Screaming this there.
It's okay. It's okay.
You take 8 points from Shoo. As she lands, her feathers have been picked up and bent backwards, and her fleur is just tousled and turned. And when she looks back over the ice, you see her just kind of instantly ready to go. And the moment she flaps her wings, she just kind of timidly steps back and is and she looks very frazzled.
Horse is stay there.
Loran just says, "I'll meet you in the middle. I'm going to set up a line across the difficult parts."
Be careful.
And Loran kind of moves back to the edge, and he looks to you, Neff, and he just says, "How much rope do you have on you?"
Okay, before I answer this, I want to ask a question. Do I have the rope that Loran gave me as well? Like the half that he gave?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was his sash. It was about 1 meter long. Very nicely well made, and he slashed it for you, just so you know.
Okay, so it's only about 1 meter of that. Oh, okay. I have about 50 feet of hempen rope.
53 feet.
Don't have to waste your silk rope.
Check.
I also have an idea once we start.
Yeah, cast us as well.
Leah has something as well.
Amazing.
I'm glad you all have ideas, because I don't.
You're pretty dexy, aren't you?
I'm also +2.
That's pretty good.
Can I
Also-
grappling pin the wall?
That's more than me.
Loran just says to you, Neff, have you got anything with spikes on it? Anything sharp that I can use?
I have torches. I have a tinderbox.
Okay.
I have a mess kit.
Titans?
Pythons, daggers, arrows. Okay. We're going.
I have torches. They're the sharpest thing I have, I think. And I have 10 of them.
Loran's like,
Here, take this.
Neff, look away.
Oh god.
Kind of funny.
Is he a beaver? Oh my goodness.
Loran takes his dagger and starts quickly sharpening the edges as roughly as he can. As many of them as possible. Within about 10 minutes, he has about 4 that he can use with his dagger as well. That's 5 supports, and he just instructs you, Neff, hold the rope and just keep it tight.
She'll tie it around herself.
Okay, Neff, how else are you going to hold this down? What else are you doing to ensure that it does not slip?
I don't know if there's anything else she can do to hold it. We're not using magic, right?
No, you could ask Loran for a dagger, or you could ask him to sharpen a torch for you. You could find a place to wedge yourself in the ice so that you would be like a snow hook.
I want to wedge myself in the ice somewhere. That's cool.
Okay, so you make yourself like a snow anchor using some of the ice and some of the sort of like outcroppings, the rock. Okay, you kind of wedge yourself in. I want you to make me a dexterity check to see how far in you can get, how much you can crush yourself down, how small you can make yourself, and how well you can use your acrobatics here.
Can I have advantage because I'm already kind of small?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, that was good. It is a 13.
So, with a 13, Loran says, that's got to do. That'll have to do. And he starts making his way across. He's got a little patch on his back. Look, the tiny little fluff.
That wasn't that before.
Like a Rhodesian Ridgeback, or not quite?
Not quite. Is it a stain?
Stain, maybe?
What have you been doing? He keeps trying to get into the toilet pipes.
What?
What?
He is one of the worst behaved cats. I love him dearly, but he's so poorly behaved. He keeps trying to get into the toilet pipe at the back of our loo.
Oh my god.
So,
little man, that's way too much.
Yeah.
Neff, you hold down the rope as Loran maneuvers his way back across the ice, and it looks like this second time around he's already a little tired. He's having a much slower job at it, and he's taking his time a lot more. Everybody else on the other side, what's your plan? As Loran sets up this line across the most difficult parts of this bridge for you.
Cass can't really think too tactically at the minute. So all she's thinking about is sort of how to sort of protect everyone. So she's gonna get out a rope and start like tying it around everyone's waist so that we're all connected. That if one person falls, everyone else. Obviously, if everyone falls, it's gonna be bad. But she's also in that mind gonna put Bluey and Sarazen near each other. So that if one of them falls, hopefully the other can like catch them. So it's not like Slia trying to catch Bluey as she falls.
Can I make a suggestion?
You're the king, Lucas says. Of course you can.
Well, not king yet. If we could split into 2 groups with maybe Bluey and Saraza acting as the anchors, so they're not in the same group, then hopefully if one of them manages to stick onto the wall, they can support whoever's tied to them.
Cass nods and unattaches the rope and reties. So would we probably have who's the groups?
Well, we need the light Bluey and Saraza would be the anchors. That leaves you, me, and Slia. I don't know who
And
is.
Lucas.
And Lucas. Well, who is the heaviest? Lucas.
Yeah. Cass and I should be in different groups.
Okay, then I'll go with Cass, Sleer, and Lucas.
Sounds good. Okay. DM question.
Yeah.
If Sleia has a potion of climbing that she's been sitting on like 5 ever, would that actually do us some good here? Specifically the person with negative strength?
Let me just see if you can use a potion.
I think the only thing that's ever worked in the anti-magic field is Orstead's wild shape. With Cruel.
But if she
But I
like
don't
takes
think
it
we've ever
outside of the potion,
tried.
outside of the field, and then goes into it, since it's kind of like part of
Yes,
her
it would
like
be-
metabolism, it should be.
The potion would not work. It's only the only magic that would work are any inherent racial abilities. So Loran can still shift, like Katashiri. Sleia, you still have night vision.
How about
Also, you
Cass's
have one wild shape.
anti-possession?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Wouldn't the curse not work anyway because it's magical in nature?
Yeah, the curse is
Okay.
Well, the curse is a curse. It's slightly different. But she already took a potion she already took the potion before. So I'm going to say that one's a bit complicated. So I'm just going to say it sticks. For example, I'm not going to remove you guys. If you guys took a healing potion before this, I'm not going to remove the healing.
If it's something that's done something to you before, not giving you anything extra.
Nah, Cass walks into the anti-magic field and is like, whips out her knife, like, wait. No, she waits until we're crossing the bridge and cuts the rope.
So.
I joke.
You split into 3 groups. Allstare, Cass, Sleia.
No, we need to go with either Sarah's or Bluey.
Okay. So, who are you going with?
Up to Sarah's or Bluey who wants to take us.
Sarahza would say, I'll go with Cass and Allstare then.
Okay.
And Lucas go with Sleia and Bluey.
Blue's trying to do some deep breathing. This is I'm terrified.
Brian's more dexterous than Cass, isn't he?
What we can do is have Sarahza, Cass, Allstare, Cass in the middle, so if she falls, she's suspended directly between Allstare and Sarahza.
Sarahza nods and then sort of like as if he's kind of got his own idea, starts moving to the side and taking off all of his armor and taking off his pack as well. He pulls out a cloak and starts tying them up into a bundle and pulls out his rope and looks around as if he's looking for something to secure it.
Also hands him a dagger.
Thank you. I just think we could probably get this back later.
Okay.
Loran is kind of like halfway across the bridge and Allstare, your chest kind of like, your heart just kind of like rattles in your chest as you see him do the karate kick with not quite as much gusto as he did it the first time, but he manages to make it with only a slight slip of his foot.
If Sarah's taken off all of his stuff, I think she would sort of open the bag of holding.
Brilliant.
That's actually a very good point. She's going to take off the bag of holding and give it to someone else. She's like, I think she'd give it to Sleia because she would normally give it to Brian, but Brian has his own issues right now. I think Cass would give it to Sleia and just say, I can't be trusted with everything that's in this bag. She also takes out the locket that Alan gave her, which she had taken from the bag of holding and had on her person, and puts it back in the bag of holding and is like, keep it away from me!
Sleia. Sarahza bundles his things into the bag of holding. Bluey, do you do the same?
I think at the very least, the armor. I mean, boots of haste. Who knows? Maybe she could Naruto run on the walls. No.
Boots. You don't have to take your shoes off for this. It might be wise to keep your shoes on.
All right. Yes, at least the armor. The armor is 65 pounds. It's
Dear
quite a
God.
lot. Can that fit in the bag of holding? Like, can it actually fit inside the opening?
Okay. Every
Plate.
bag holding has can take up to
Also weighs 47 kilos.
a foot in diameter, I'm pretty sure. So anything can fit in there, really. Anything that's not like a car or a horse,
Alright.
you know.
Statue.
So you can put your things in. A statue. What? You what?
What?
What, mate?
I don't.
I was just listing things that wouldn't fit, and I just statue.
Okay.
That scares me. What are you planning? But anyway, so
Or what have I planned in previous chaos characters?
so
Whoever's holding the bag of holding, Bluey will like unsheath her sword and look at it and look as if to say, "Should I put this in there?" Or no? Okay, all right.
It could be used to grapple and stick into the wall.
I believe. Oh no, Bluey does have that pitchfork, so she is going to be utilizing that. Right. Okay.
Ulster's going to hold 2 daggers out, and he's going to be those.
okay.
Sleia also has 2 daggers to.
Yeah, so does Cass.
Okay.
And does Bluey, because Cass has some spare if Bluey doesn't have
Same.
any. Does anyone not have does anyone not have any daggers?
Bluey has a stage dagger.
Nah, she'll hand over some daggers.
It's not
then.
going in.
Bluey,
Yeah, Cass has.
you take
Cass
your
has many
daggers. Cass, you have yours. Ulster, yours. And Sleia, you have. What are you going to use?
Sleia has 3 daggers, but Sleia has 2 daggers.
Sleia uses 3 daggers, guys.
I mean, it's just like me to just collect knives.
Yep. Saraza looks kind of awkward and then just takes his gloves off. So he has his bare hands and he's like, okay.
You want some
I think
knives?
also Cass would hand over because Cass has pitons which she can and some rope, so she might hand it to Saraza to be the first one, and if our group goes first, then we can make a chain as we go.
And Sleia, he takes the pitons. Oh, we should. Sleia, to your suggestion of would you like some knives, Saraza just goes like.
Never really seen those before.
I prefer a sword if I'm going to fight something.
Yes, but I was just worried about your hands getting particularly cold and.
They're durable.
Tal'Shiri are quite hot.
We are hot-blooded.
That's what I meant to say. Also tries to walk off, but he's tired. He just bounces back.
There's no escape.
Sleia judges him.
Sleia just kind of like covers a giggle.
Saraza takes point at the front of the ice. Loran is waiting halfway across with his own makeshift rope ready for you.
Weddy.
And he hangs off the edge, just tucked into that gap, as if he wants to help anyone who's there across. Now, Team 1. Considering all of the advantages you've given yourself, Team 1 being Cass, Ulster, and Saraza, I would like you both to make me dexterity checks at advantage, and you are going to be meeting a group save. Sorry, dexterity checks at advantage, and there is a DC which you need to meet.
One was a natural 1.
Okay, so not that one.
Guys, it's the first time Cass is like I'm using her real dice rather than her Roland dice. But
wow! Yay!
I'm sorry, guys. 12.
18.
So, I need to use the calculator every single time.
He's really enjoying
16 overall. You go very slowly, taking your time across the beginning of this ice. Actually, the bridge isn't too difficult. It's only when it starts to tip and merge with the wall, with the kind of like rigid handholds, the boulders that are kind of like emerging out, where it becomes very difficult. And Saraza tries to keep his footing at the front as he knocks in a python, but that first impact sends tremors down the ice, and you feel him sort of slipping. And as you guys slip, he manages to catch you. Cass, can you make me a strength check, please?
It's 23.
23, brilliant. With both you and Saraza gripping onto the ice, even though it's hard, together you're able to hold up the weight of the team, with also just kind of like...
He's like dug in
on the side with the daggers. And Saraza is going to get another chance to do the python. And you just see, as it sort of tries to secure in, it bends and the ice around it breaks out. And it just...
Oh, no.
And Saraza just says, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
And he just moves past it. You guys go to the next stage where you are now no longer with ice underfoot. You are moving vertically across this face. And 3 of you together, I need you to make me dexterity checks. Straight. I dropped that, but I dropped it.
16.
Much better.
17.
Okay. I know enough to know that you guys passed that one. This time, learning from your initial mistakes. Learning from your initial mistakes, you move with a lot more purpose. Saraza, no longer hesitating, digging his hands into the ice, following where he sees Loran's hands were previously, widening the handholds as much as he can so that you can all reach into them, no matter what. Using your daggers, you stab into the ice and you're moving across this face. Every now and again, you feel the ice beneath you slip and shift and chunks of it break and cascade to the bottom. And every time something crosses that free airspace, you see lightning begin to static up and just explode it midair. Now, as you move across this time, you are able to safely make it to the overhang, where Saraza stops and makes a wisdom saving throw.
What are you doing?
Secret.
I don't like this secret business.
Joking. No secrets. Saraza looks up at the overcrop, and you can see there's a moment where he just looks down to the lightning, and you can see the anticipation and the trepidation. And Ulster, I think actually, who has the highest passive insight of the two of you?
It's me.
It's you, yeah. Ulster, you can tell that he does not want to be the one who causes you all to fall to this. But he gets over his moment of hesitation.
Yeah, he got me.
Oh.
Ow.
Yeah.
Naughty Baz.
Yeah, it's gonna bleed.
The other day.
You been upstairs?
Jimmy!
He was trying to get on my lap, but he fell. Just know when they try to jump on your lap and they hook a claw in and drag it all the way down.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So, you okay? Sorry.
Saraza gets over his moment of fear and jumps up and just reaches, and you see he kind of like pauses and then, without dangling, just kind of like lifts up his knees and anchors himself against the ice like he's doing a pull-up and won't let go. And he's just like Okay, now what do I do? And Loran, just like from the other side of that, like kind of kick across, it's like you can't. No, you have to use the momentum. You got to hang off of it, Sarahza. Drop your legs down. And Sarahza's like, I don't want to. I really don't want to.
Sarahza, do you want me to go first?
That might be advisable. I can hold us all here. You guys can swing around.
Do we need to cut ourselves loose? He's bathroom. He's being naughty. Sorry, guys. Baz is escaping and he has injured me.
I want to see what it looks like. Let's try to open it.
He just hits it until it opens.
My goodness.
We hope, because we're getting Laz soon, we're hoping Laz will distract him because he's just crazy. It's insane.
Mm.
And he wasn't trying to hurt me just then. He was trying to jump into my lap because we weren't paying attention. But he's also a bit clumsy, so he falls quite a lot of the time. So he did that to Emma the other night and scraped all the way down their back. And I was like,
With a scratchy post and put a towel over the carpet. Which might just be a really good solution for it. Put the towel over it. So, are you guys going to cut yourselves loose?
Ulster will seeing Sarah's hesitation.
No. Okay.
I feel like is that a good idea?
Ulster will say, Cass, you stay tethered. I'll be okay. And he'll cut himself loose.
Cyrus is like, what the shit? In his mind. Verbally, he's like, Ulster, I'm not sure if this is a good idea.
Cass looks very unhappy, but doesn't trust her opinion either way.
Once we're over, I'll tie myself back on. If I fall, I don't want to pull you guys down.
Sarahza says, if we fall together, there's more chance we can anchor ourselves.
With the momentum of this thing, though, wouldn't it pull everyone forward anyway? Also doesn't have any strength, so he needs to make
Sarahza says, don't move yet, then. I'll put a python here if I can.
Okay.
And Sarahza kind of like crawls back slightly as much as he can go, and Loran's like, loser. Scaredy cat.
Loran!
Sorry, it's irresistible. And Sarahza tries again with the python. Does anybody want to assist him?
Can I help?
Yep.
Yeah, can we?
In this case, yes, considering you're not dangling off an overhang.
Or can we just give him assistance?
You can give him this sort of like help. Natural 1 or a 13. So, 13, this time he bangs it in once, twice, and at this quarter way point, he is able to wind a rope and secure something here. And Ulster, as you kind of cut yourself loose, he says, tie yourself to this at least, or put this through your belt.
He does.
Before Brian does that, Cass wants to test the python that it actually is secure.
Gives it a tug.
Yeah, Cass wants to be the one to do it. She's gonna.
Cass, you're holding the end of the rope. Sarahza is between you and Ulster. You're going ahead. Will you make me a dexterity check with advantage?
Advantage. 12.
12. Very good.
That wasn't a happy face.
You step 1 foot forwards, and then you reach up with your hands, and you grasp above you, and you make it 2-3 steps before you feel your fingers slip and you drop. And the rope is whizzing past you. What do you do?
He grabs it.
You grab it. You feel this friction burn on your hands. You take 3 points of damage. But with the end of the rope knotted and your belt through it, you're able to sort of clench around it and you stop yourself from falling. But falling through the air triggers.
Oh no.
10, 18. You take 22 points of lightning damage. So you were just frazzled by this storm cloud.
That's really fun. I'll show you lightning.
And Loran just shouts out, "Shit! No!"
I'll just take my... Also, it's like, I'm okay.
And Cyrus is like, climb up. I'll try and pull the rope if I can. And just try it again.
I will try and climb.
It's going to add the damage.
Okay. I'd like you to make me then a dexterity check, please. Try again. What is that?
It's a 15.
15. 1, 2, 3. And your feet fall away from the ice. And there's a moment where your arms quiver and you have to come over this like kind of mental block, having fallen before. But Loran's on the other side and nothing is going to stop you. And you keep moving forwards. Cass, are you going to go next? Or are you going to let Sarah go?
What is like the best choice for Sarah getting across? Is it to go this now or after Cass?
He would just probably look to you and say, if you can secure a python on the other side, it might make it easier for me.
Okay, Cass will just nod. Okay.
So you unattach yourself from Sarah's and switch over to this guide rope.
Yeah.
Sarah's holds you in, pressing that python against the wall as hard as he can. And you go over. Make me a dexterity check with advantage, please.
Oh, God damn it. 12.
The same thing as Ulster. You make it part way, and then you fall. Take 3 points of damage as you grab the rope. And triggering that lightning. 10, 18. 27 points of lightning damage, Cass.
So 30 in total.
The smell of like toasted
fruit people is just softening up.
Yeah.
Everyone else on the edge. Sorry, can I just illustrate this? You guys are falling and taking damage and like slipping. Bluey, Sonia, and Lucas. And you guys are just like, wait, on the distance, like, oh no! Just kind of waiting.
Also, a reminder that Brian did have the plus 15 to max as well as the temp HP.
Yeah, that's what I've taken.
Sarah's having seen 2 people fall is like,
it's fine, Sarah.
Okay,
can you try again with
and climb up,
please?
This might hurt a bit.
Come on, give me a better roll. Oh, that's much better. 18.
18 with an 18. The second time around, you're able to use what you learned and you're able to sort of slowly make your way across. And you see that there is a lip to this overhang, which you could bury a python in if you wanted to.
Cass does.
Okay. And you feed the rope through it. And this time, when Sarasa goes, he has a little bit of an easier time. He does slip and fall.
Oh.
7, 10. Taking 21 points of damage. Better just write that down. In a mental block.
You're doing great, Sarasa.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing great, sweetie.
Indeed.
Also just flattening down his fried hair. You got fried so yellow.
Yeah.
I feel like in most circumstances, Boo would offer support, but like, jeez.
Taking in their boots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next time around, Sarasa is able to climb across, and also we come to the karate kick.
Cool.
However, with Loran meeting you halfway, you see in the sort of V where these two, like this gap meets, he is sort of like wedged in at the bottom, holding the rope in one hand, and he is tied a knot to the end of it and is just going like,
what are you going to do?
Ulster, do you trust me?
Yes.
Dangle and catch this rope.
He does it.
Okay, so you kind of wind yourself around the rope, and with Cass behind you, Cass, do you want to help Ulster? Prevent him from falling? Okay. Yeah. You can probably loop your arms around him, or you could secure another rope to him. What do you want to do?
I think Cass has like absolutely no faith in herself at the minute, so she's gonna tie a rope around him.
So you can kind of connect like probably your belt and like his together, just kind of like at the waist. You're connected as best as you can, a bit of rope to secure it properly. Wedged together like that, Ulster, you let go of the ice and you're just on the rope and you're swinging. You've got to trust that python up above that Cass just put in to hold you. And Loran throws the rope up to you.
Can I grab it?
Make me a dexterity check with advantage because you're getting help.
Good, because one of them was a 3 and one's an 18.
Good. 18. You go, Hua! And you just tug this rope to your chest. And
Is my rope.
Loran says, another python, if you please.
Yes. How do I do that?
He looks back. You're going to just have to use all of your strength to whack it in and feed the rope through it. I'll guide you through.
Ulster gets a dagger out and he's going to try.
Okay. So you're going to get a dagger out and you're going to just make me a strength check, please.
No advantage? 2.
2. The dagger
Also breaks a finger. He's like, ow!
You break a finger, the dagger goes and just bends. And he's like, Loran just says, never mind, they can just catch it. They can just catch it, it's doable. You're going to just swing down to me now, okay?
Okay.
Alright. You wind yourself around.
Ow. Yeah.
Unsecure yourself from Cass.
Yeah.
And you do a leap of faith.
Catch me.
And Loran is just like, aha! And you grab you.
Ulster immediately attaches.
Okay, but I need to get your friend. I need to get yours.
Fine.
He gives you a kiss, and then the last stretch is fairly easy. It's straightforward as the beginning. And you don't have to make me a roll to know that you get across. And on the other side, you see wedged between ice, just the face of Neff, like, oh, hey, Ulster.
Hi, Neff.
Just there. Neff, you're just sandwiched between ice.
Looks like you're having a great time.
I'm an ice sandwich.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Well, you'd be a Neff sandwich, wouldn't you?
Neff sandwich.
Neff is in the middle, yeah.
True, actually, yeah, you're right. Neff sandwich. Sandwiched by ice.
Otherwise, all sandwiches would be bread sandwiches.
Ew.
I love bread sandwiches. You got bread in the middle and bread on the end.
Cass. Loran is now free, and he swings the rope up for you. Whoosh. Do you try and python in, or are you going to swing on it?
She's going to try and python so that Sarasa will have a better time of it.
Okay. So, make me a strength check, please.
You're going to do better than Ulster.
Oh, don't say that, because it'll go wrong. Oh, not very well. That was a bad roll. That's a 10.
10.
I did say you'd do better than Ulster.
The ice cracks around the python and it just kind of like falls away. And you're worrying for a second because you think the original one you put in might be dislodged, but it seems to still hold firm. And you still have the python, I'll say, but the ice has fallen.
I think Cass, is there someone that you can try again?
You're trying again? Okay, make me a strength check, please.
Come on. Fuck yeah, natural 20.
This time it works. You sort of use like as much of survival as you know to kind of like find a good place, and you just whack it in, and you're able to feed feed the rope through and secure it, and you just rappel across the last part of this bridge without even having to use the ice. And Loran is like, good stuff. I'm going back now. With that, Sarasa is fairly easily able to sort of rappel again, leaving the space open for Bluey and Slia and Lucas. So, for you three, as you move across, this is a much easier ordeal. The only place where there isn't rope is the beginning of the course. So, I want you guys to make me dexterity checks, please. Straight.
$13.
13. Lucas also got a 13. Slia?
19.
19. Okay.
Oh. Yeah.
45. Okay, so With a 15 total, you guys slip and slide across the ice, and you almost slam into each other as you do your best to sort of like hold onto the wall and not fall down. However, Louis, are you going first as the anchor?
Yeah.
As you kind of hold on, you slip and you just feel yourself become unseated from the wall for a moment. And I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Yep. I do much worse at the saving throws than the regular. Oh, you know what? I might use an indomitable.
Go for it.
Because that was a 12, and I am not confident in the 12, so I will re-roll it now. Where is the little thing? I need to mark it off. There it is. Please be better than 12. I'm not touching that dice. Okay, come on. Fuck!
What is it?
That's a 4. I can use Indomitable again. One more time. I fucking hate this. Jesus Christ. No. Oh.
Anna's failed 3 times in a row. To get across the ice.
I rolled a 10, then a 2, and then a 2. So that's a 4. That's a 4.
4.
Fuck.
Louis, you just fall from the ice.
Oh, Christ. Oh.
6, 13. You take 23 points of lightning damage as
with
sort of
because
lightning
I'm resistant.
as you fall. Sleer, Lucas.
Wait, hang on. I'm resistant. How does that half? How does 23 half?
You'll take 12.
Okay, thank you.
I'll have one once I'm done dealing, okay? You take 12 points of lightning damage, considering your resistance. Sleer, I need you to make me, please, a strength saving throw with advantage. Lucas is helping.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank you.
Amen.
What if half the party just died?
Aylin?
With advantage. That's a 4.
Oh no!
It was a 4 or a 2.
Jesus.
And I thank goodness it's a strength save, because if it were a check, it would have been worse.
Yeah. As Bluey falls from this bridge, you try and hold on, but your fingers just collapse around the daggers and you leave them hanging in the wall. Lucas does his best to support the both of you, but it's too much for him. The daggers drag down, leaving grooves in the ice, and all 3 of you are unseated. First of all, Sleer. 10, 20, 30! Oh shit, that's 3 10s! You take 30 points of lightning damage.
That's happened to me.
Also halved because of lightning resistance.
Okay.
So 15 damage.
Take 15 points of lightning damage.
Cool.
Lucas. 5, 15, 19 points of lightning.
Fuck. Fucking fuck. Oh.
And that is how the party ended.
Mm-hmm. And you just feel yourselves free falling.
No.
And you turn. And you get closer and closer and closer to the ground. And then you feel something rush beneath you as a large winged creature sweeps up beneath and gathers you in its wings and brings you back up to the ropes along the ice.
Okay.
You see it flutter beneath you, these dark blue, almost black sort of feathers, just kind of like oily almost, slick, as they kind of pull through the air. And it stops, and it hovers beside you, just letting you take the ropes.
What is it?
From the other side, Ulster,
Also, I was like, no. Oh, when it came up.
Ulster, Cass,
Ooh.
Loran, Saraza. You look over, having been completely fixated on your party members, not seeing the other side of the ice, of this chasm between you, not seeing the other side of the bridge, and not seeing when Alabek's team, awoken by the sounds of activity, made it to the edge, and one of them jumped off to save the rest of you.
Who took our advice?
Nice.
Not Albek himself, considering he does not have this power,
Who's it?
but one of his teammates who you have met before, a certain Valda Ammon, who is in fact a druid.
What did she do? What did she transform into?
A large, giant crow.
Oh,
Yeah. Sweeping you up and bringing you to the edge.
also it's like, careful, you'll get hit by lightning.
Well, that's a funny thing. She do. With 18 points of lightning damage, she is just able to keep her form as she delivers you onto the rope. And guys, make me one more dexterity check with advantage, please.
17.
17. Bluey.
18. Oh. Oh.
Okay. Lucas got a natural 20 on the first roll. And then he got a 17.
Oh god, Thomas.
Thomas! Why?
I might have to
goodness.
leave in like 5 minutes. Just
We're almost done.
All good.
We're almost done. With the ropes to guide you, the crow, looking slightly seared, flies back. As it makes its way to the other side, it is hit again for 16 points of damage, and you see just as it reaches the lip of the ice, it transforms back into a humanoid, and they kind of slip over the edge, and the teammates kind of rush forward to grab it. And the moment you guys reach the other side, there is a split second where you can see each other from one side to the other, Slia.
Oh, it wouldn't have. Sorry, I forgot about the anti-magic field for just a second, so never mind.
You can see each other from one side to the other, and then that fog wall pulls up.
Can I try and yell thank you?
Yep.
He will yell.
And you feel the anti-magic field release you. And we will stop there, because we've gone way over time. Huge session. But please, there's so much RP stuff to do. It makes sense.
Yay! Good adventures.
Good
Thank you
adventure.
so much.
Thank
We
you.
will figure out the timing for the day that George is here for, to see us.
But the next game is this coming Sunday.
But yeah, the next game is on the 14th.
14. Okay.
Sunday evening for us, 15th for you guys.
Yeah.
At 6:30.
Alrighty, lads. Thank you for the games. We got to go and sort your phone out.
Sort my phone out, yes. Have some lunch.
Have some lunch. Alright.
I've
Yeah,
got
I
to
see you
clean
guys
and
next
dust.
See you next time.
Bye.
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 Bye.